Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, I will build from scratch an app that is known as the 25 plus 5 clock. Interestingly, this app may have also been referred to as the Pomodoro Clock in the past, although I don't think that's the case anymore. I think the current formal name for this app is the 25 plus 5 clock. Now, the reason I use the phrase current formal name has to do with the sort of the background of the where this app idea originated from, right? So this app is basically part of a project, uh, which is part of actually a certification course on the website FREECODECAMP.org. So essentially, this app is a project. Let me correct that, which is part of a certification course which is offered on the website FREECODECAMP.org. For those of you who may not be familiar with FREECODECAMP.org, it's one of the most prolific websites in the world which is dedicated to teaching people how to code. And the way they do that is that they offer a variety of certification courses, wherein each certification course has a bunch of learning material. And at the end of each course, you are expected to complete several projects in order for you to earn that certification. So that's how it works on that website. And so this app is part of a certification course, which I believe is called the Front End Development Libraries Certification. All right, so that's a quick background on the origin of where the idea of this app is coming from. So if you haven't checked out freecodecamp.org, I encourage you to do so. There's a whole bunch of great stuff on there to help you brush your coding skills. All right, so as I said in this video, I will build this app from scratch, and I'm going to do that in roughly 6 steps. All right, so let me outline those steps, what they are, right? So step number 1, I will review the requirements. Now, this app has a series of extensive requirements, which obviously we need to be familiar with in order for us to know what to code, what to build, right? So that's what we will do as step number 1 is to review the requirements. Then we will review the mockup. Okay, so clearly this is an end user app, right? And so there are some UI elements involved, so we need to know what they are. And so I've put together a simple mockup that we will review in order for us to know what to basically create our HTML and CSS for. All right, that brings us to step number 3, where we will actually code the HTML and CSS. And following that, we will code the logic of this app, for which I will be using JavaScript, but mostly jQuery. All right, jQuery, as you know, is one of the most prominent front-end libraries, which is built entirely on JavaScript, right? And then we will run the automated tests on this app just to be sure, just to verify that the app is working as per specs, as per requirements. And then finally, I will give you a walkthrough of my GitHub page, of my GitHub repository, so that you know exactly where these artifacts are stored and you can quickly get to them and use them however you wish. All right. So that is essentially the roadmap for this app that I'm going to follow in this video. One more note on the prerequisites. So, in order for you to follow along this video without any, without falling too far back, it will be very helpful if you have some level of familiarity with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and as I said, I'll be using mostly jQuery. So, familiarity, somewhat level of familiarity with these topics will be very helpful. But obviously, if you don't have it, if you have only a beginner's sort of level of familiarity with this topic, that's okay too, because after all, this is a video, so you can pause it, you can stop it, do your homework, go brush up on topics, and then come back to it, right? So don't worry if you're not very adept in these topics, you can still get a lot out of this video. All you will have to do is basically take your time to go through the video and learn along. All right. And finally, I just want to mention something about the intent as to why I'm putting this video online. So, obviously there are many videos that, and I'm sure you have seen quite a few of them on YouTube, where people basically just code an app and put it up there. And I'm going to do that as well. I'm going to basically code everything from scratch. But the goal isn't simply to quickly code everything and just serve up the code, right? The bigger goal that I had in mind is that I wanted to share my thinking, my thought process, sort of my the thought process behind the code, behind the logic, right? As you know, development is a very thought process heavy activity. That is why coding is hard, right? Before you write even a single line of code, right? You got to do some thinking about what it is you're trying to accomplish, what options you have at your disposal, what approaches do you have, that you can use, and which one you're using versus which one you're not using, right? So there's a lot of decision making that is involved when you code, and so that's the kind of stuff that I want to expose to you. At least I'll try, and hopefully it comes across, and hopefully it'll help you in some way in your other future coding endeavors. All right, guys, so that's it in terms of the preamble speech. So let's jump right in, and I'm going to basically go with step number one, and I will let's review the requirements. Okay, so here are the requirements. This is right off of the main site. Okay, and the first few, this paragraph is just boilerplate. So in order to save some time, I'm not going to read it. You can read it later if you like. But basically, all this is saying is that, hey, this is the kind of front-end languages and front-end libraries you can use, right? So let's just jump right into the requirement one, right? Number one, I can see an element with ID equals break dash label that contains a string, example, break length. So what this requirement one is saying is that, hey, there must be an element in your HTML document that has an ID, the specific ID, break dash label, and you must show the string, the text break length on top. Basically, that string break length should be visible to the user. Okay. Number two, I can see an element with ID equals session dash label that contains a string, example, session length. So again, there should be another element which should have this specific ID, session dash label, and you should print or display the string session length on the page, on that element for everybody to see. Number three, I can see two clickable elements with corresponding IDs, ID break dash decrement and ID session, ID equals session dash decrement. So this is talking about clickable elements, which can be anything, but can also be buttons. Most likely they will be buttons. So basically what this is saying is, hey, you got to have two buttons. One of them should have an ID break dash decrement. The other one should have an ID session dash decrement. Number four, I can see two clickable elements with corresponding IDs, ID equals break dash increment and ID equals session dash increment. Again, similar to requirement three, this is also talking about clickable elements, which most of us probably are going to guess correctly that we're talking about buttons here. So what number four requirement is saying is that, hey, you got to have two buttons. One of them should have an ID break dash increment and the other one should have an ID session dash increment. Okay. Number five, I can see an element with a corresponding ID break dash length, which by default on load displays a value of 5. So there should be another element, and that should have this specific ID break dash length, and the default value of that ID, whatever, excuse me, the default value that you should show on that element when you load the page should be 5. Okay. Number six, I can see an element with a corresponding ID equals session dash length, which by default displays a value of 25. Again, this is similar to requirement number 5, and this is saying that, hey, you got to have another element which must have this very specific ID, session dash length, and in that element, you must display 25 as the default value. Okay. Number 7, I can see an element with a corresponding ID equals timer dash label that contains a string indicating a session is initialized, example session. So what this requirement 7 is saying is that, hey, you got to have another element. That element must have a specific ID, and that ID must be timer dash label. And the value, the string or the text that you must display on that element on the page, in that element should be session. Number 8, I can see an element with a corresponding ID time dash left. Note, paused or running, the value in this field should always be displayed in mm:/ss format. That is 25:00. Right? This is kind of important. Obviously, all requirements are important, but this is interesting. This requirement number 8. What this is saying is that, hey, you got to have another element which must have this specific ID, which is time dash left. Okay, and this element must show a number in the format, a 2-digit minute followed by a colon followed by 2-digit second. Okay, that's what this requirement is talking about. Okay. All right, next requirement number 9, I can see a clickable element with a corresponding ID equals start_stop. So this is fairly simple. Requirement number 9, what this is saying is that, hey, you got to have a clickable element, by which I'm sure most of us know that we're talking about a button here. And that button should have a ID of start_stop. Okay. The next one is number 10. I can see a clickable element with a corresponding ID equals reset. All right. Again, this is similar to number 9, and this is talking about another clickable element, and that element must have an ID equals reset. Now, don't worry if you're feeling overwhelmed. You may feel that while if you're reviewing the requirements for the first time. Don't worry about it. You don't have to memorize this. You don't have to know it cold at this point. As we get deeper in the video, I'm going to be refreshing your memory with this requirement, right? So whenever we get to that relevant portion of coding, I will jog your memory, right? At the same time, if you want to really become sort of super familiar with this requirement, you can always pause the video and then basically take your time to review it, right? But if you don't want to do that, that's okay too. As I said, as we get deeper into coding, I will keep refreshing your memory, right? But for now, let's keep going. So let's start. The next requirement is number 11. When I click the element with ID of reset, any running timer should be stopped. The value within ID equals break dash length should return to 5. The value within ID equals session dash length should return to 25. And the element with ID equals time dash left should reset to its default state. So this is, a fairly wordy requirement, requirement number 11. But what this is describing is the behavior of that clickable element whose ID is reset. So what this requirement is saying that, hey, when you click that element whose ID is reset, basically 3 things should happen. Okay. Or the one first, the element which has an ID of break dash length, that element should show the value 5. The other element whose ID is session dash length should then return and display the value 25. And the third element whose ID is time dash left should reset to its default state, and the default state is basically 25:00. All right. So that's what this requirement number 11 is talking about. Number 12, when I click the element with the ID of break dash decrement, the value within the ID equals break dash length decrements by value of 1, and I can see the updated value. What this requirement is saying is that, hey, that element, that clickable element whose ID is break dash decrement, when you click it, each time you click it, the value should go down by 1. What value of what? The value of the number that is stored in that other element whose ID is break dash length, right? So that value should go down by 1, and you should show the updated value, okay, in that element break dash length. Number 13, when I click the element with the ID of break dash increment, the value within ID equals break dash length increments by a value of 1, and I can see the updated value. Okay, so what this is again saying is this is similar to requirement number 12, but this is talking about the other clickable element whose ID is break dash increment. And what this requirement is saying is that, hey, when you click that element, the value should go up by 1. Why? Well, then which value? The value which is stored in that other element whose ID is break dash length, this one. And of course, you have to display the updated value. Number 14, when I click the element with the ID of session dash decrement, the value within ID equals session dash length decrements by a value of 1, and I can see the updated value. But this is again similar to the previous 2 requirements. This is talking about the other clickable element whose ID is session dash decrement, and when you click that, the value should go down by 1. The value which is stored in that other element whose ID is session dash length, that value should go down by 1, and you should be able to see the updated value in that displayed in that element. Next, number 15, when I click the element with the ID of session dash increment, the value within ID equals session dash length increments by value of 1, and I can see the updated value. This again is similar to the last 3 requirements. This is talking about the other clickable element whose ID is session dash increment. Well, what should happen when you click it? Well, the value should go down by 1. Well, which value? The value which is stored in that other element whose ID is session dash length. Right, and obviously you have to show the updated value. All right. Next, number 16, I should not be able to set a session or break length which is less than or equal to 0. So what this requirement number 16 is saying is that, hey, the minimum possible value, the minimum allowed value for break length or session length is 1. Okay, it should not be equal to 0, and it should not be less than 0. So the minimum allowed value for the session length or the break length is 1. Number 17, I should not be able to set a session or break length to greater than 60. What this is saying is that, hey, the max possible value for a session length or a break length is 60. So you cannot set a session length or break length as 61 or 70 or whatever. The max possible value is 60. So if you combine requirements number 16 and 17, you get a nice range for your break length or session length. So basically, either a break length or a session length, the minimum value is 1 and the max value is 60. Okay. Number 18, when I first click the element with ID equals start underscore stop, the timer should begin running from the value currently displayed in ID equals session dash length, even if the value has been incremented or decremented from the original value 25. So this is also an interesting because it's slightly long worded. It's a slightly wordy requirement, but it's fairly easy to understand. What this is defining is the behavior of that clickable element whose ID is start underscore stop. So what this requirement is saying is that when you click that element, what should happen is that the countdown timer should start running, should start counting down. Well, counting down from where? You should start counting down from whatever value is displayed in that other element whose ID is session dash length. Okay. So basically, as we know by now, whenever we load the page, the value in this element session dash length and the other element time left will be exactly the same. They will be in sync, right? And we'll go into that a little bit more deeper. But what this requirement 18 is saying is that, hey, when you click that clickable element whose ID is start underscore stop, start the countdown timer and start it from whatever value is being displayed in this other element whose ID is session dash length. Number 19, if the timer is running, the element with the ID time dash left should display the remaining time in mm:/ss format, decrementing by a value 1 and updating the display every 1000 milliseconds. So what this requirement is talking about is basically saying, hey, you must show the countdown timer, right? Basically what this requirement in other words is saying is that the countdown timer, which is in this element whose ID is time dash left, right? That countdown timer must be updated every second, right? Because 1000 milliseconds is 1 second. So basically what this requirement number 19 is saying is that, hey, you should show the countdown timer and the countdown timer must be displayed in the element whose ID is time dash left. And you've got to update the value of the countdown timer every second, which is what you would expect with any countdown timer. So this is kind of a obvious thing, but we have to take care of this. It's good that they have spelled it out here. All right, let's go to the final set of requirements, starting with number 20. If the timer is running and I click the element with ID equals start underscore stop, the countdown should pause. All right, so let's say the timer is running, all right, and you again click that element whose ID is start underscore stop. What should happen? You should pause the timer. That's it. Number 21. If the timer is paused and I click the element with ID equals start underscore stop, the countdown should resume running from the point at which it was paused. Again, this is defining the additional behavior of that clickable element start underscore stop. What this is saying is that, hey, if the countdown timer was paused and then you click this element whose ID is start underscore stop, you click it again, what should happen? The countdown should resume, and it should resume from wherever it was paused. That's all this requirement is talking about. Number 22, when a session countdown reaches 0, note, timer must reach 00:00 and a new countdown begins, the element with the ID of timer dash label should display a string indicating a break has begun. So this requirement 22 is saying is that, hey, whenever you finish counting down the session duration or the session length and reach 00:00, right? The element in that with the ID timer dash label, the string which is displayed in that element should indicate that break has begun, right? And again, don't worry if you don't quite understand this clearly. I will talk about this in more detail when I get to that point in coding, when I get to that element while we start coding. But basically keep in mind that there is an element whose ID is timer dash label. That element is supposed to either show session when you're counting down the session duration or session length, and then when you start counting down the break length or the break duration, that element should show the text break. Just keep this in mind and we'll refresh it later as needed. Number 23. When a session countdown reaches 0, note, timer must reach 00:00. A new break countdown should begin, counting down from the value currently displayed in the ID break dash length element. What this is saying is that, hey, if if your countdown timer has finished counting down the session and has reached 00:00, if the timer is still running, don't stop. Then start counting down the break duration or the break length. And where do you get the break duration from? Well, you're going to get it from the element whose ID is break dash length. That is the gist of requirement number 23. All right, number 24. When a break countdown reaches zero, note timer must reach 00:00 and a new countdown begins, the element with the ID of timer dash label should display a string indicating a session has begun. Now what this requirement number 24 is saying is that, hey, when your countdown timer has finished counting down the break duration or the break length, right, and it has reached 00:00, don't stop. If the timer is still running, start counting down the session, okay, obviously, and that element whose ID is timer dash label should display a string session instead of a break. Okay, again, if you are not quite clear, don't worry about it. We will get plenty of time to refresh this as we go along. Number 25, when a break countdown reaches zero, no, timer must reach 00:00. A new session countdown should begin, counting down from the value currently displayed in the ID equals session dash length element. So this is kind of repetitive, but it's still important, obviously. What this is saying is that, hey, if your countdown timer has completed counting down the break and has reached 00:00, if the timer is still running, start counting down the session duration or the session length. And where will you get the value of the session duration, session length? Well, you will get it from the number that is stored or displayed in the element with ID session dash length. Okay. Number 26, when a countdown reaches zero, note timer must reach 00:00. A sound indicating that time is up should play. This should utilize the HTML5 audio tag and have a corresponding ID equals beep. So what this is saying is that whenever any countdown reaches 00:00, you must play a sound, and that sound must be played utilizing an HTML5 audio tag, and that audio tag must have an ID of beep. Okay. Number 27, and we're down to the last two here. Number 27, the audio element with ID equals beep must be 1 second or longer. Okay, and this is self-explanatory. I don't need to say anything here. Number 28, the last requirement says the audio element with the ID of beep must stop playing and be rewound to the beginning when the element with the ID of reset is clicked. So what this requirement is saying is defining another aspect of the clickable element whose ID is reset. So what this requirement is saying is that, hey, when you click the element whose ID is reset, well, one of the things that should happen is that the audio element must stop. If it's playing, it must stop, and it must be rewound back to its beginning. So that's what this requirement number 28 is talking about. All right, so that was as I did give you fair warning in the beginning, right? That this is pretty extensive. This app has a pretty extensive set of requirements. So hopefully you're still with me in this video. And again, right, don't have to memorize it. As I reach the relevant portion of the requirement while coding, I will do my best to refresh your memory. All right. All right. So with that, we have completed step number 1. Right. So let's move on to step number 2 and review our mockup. So this is the mockup that I put together. Okay. As you can see, this is a fairly simple mockup. I basically put it together looking at some examples online. So let me review the mockup element by element. But before I do that, let me quickly summarize how this app is supposed to work, right? Let me try to quickly summarize, since we just reviewed the requirement, it's helpful to understand how does it all apply to this app, right? So basically, when the user comes to this page and, when we code, when we finish coding, when we have finished coding this app and made it into a real app, remember, this is just a picture, so nothing is working here, right? This is just a static image. But whenever, assume this is a web page, right? And whenever user comes to this page, you are supposed to see 5 here under break length. You're supposed to see 25 here under session length, and you're supposed to see 25:00 here, right? And this element is where the countdown happens. And this element has an ID of time dash left. There are many elements that have IDs. For example, this element has ID of timer dash label. Okay. These buttons have an ID of break increment and break decrement. These buttons have ID of session increment and session decrement, right? Again, this is what we just reviewed, right? But generally speaking, the way the app work is when you load the page, there should be 5 here, this should display a 25 here, and this should be 25:00. And the user can adjust the length of the break by clicking the up and down buttons, make it whatever they want, right? The user can also adjust the length of the session by using these up and down arrows, making it whatever they want, right? Obviously, you have to keep it within the range of 1 to 60, right? You cannot have a break length or session length which is less than 1 or greater than 60, but you can adjust it in that range to any number you want. Once you've adjusted the break length and session length, if you click this button, the countdown timer should start. And then if you click the button again, it should pause. And then if you click the button again, it should resume from wherever it left off. Okay, and if and at any point if you click the reset button, everything should come back to what it is right now, which is this should become 5, this should be a 25 here, and this should be 25:00. So that is just a quick summary of how this app works. Obviously there are other aspects, right? In terms of what should happen about with the beep, right? When this goes to 00:00, you should play a beep, right? That we will encounter. But generally speaking, I wanted to give you really a really super fast, super crisp summary of the requirements we just read. Okay, so with that, now let's start reviewing. Let's start reviewing the requirements. Let me just undo something I did by accident. Okay, so it's not undoable. Okay, so let's start reviewing the element from the top. So right on the top here, what do you see? You basically see a container, some sort of a box, which has a lightish gray background, and in that box you have some text. That's it. That's your topmost element, a box with some text in the middle, right? Then what do you have here? Here you have two fairly identical looking elements, right? Let's talk about this element. This element is basically allows you to control the break duration or the break length, right? As I said before, you can click the up button and the down button to adjust the break length, right? And this element comprises of 4 separate elements. What are those? Well, the first element is this text. This could be some sort of a header. And then you have this button. And then you have some sort of element which displays a number. And then you have another button, right? Obviously within the buttons you have icons, but let's just say you basically have 4 elements here, right? This text, 2 buttons, and this another element which captures this number. Obviously these 3 elements, as you can see, must be in a same horizontal line, and the text and these 3 elements must also be nicely placed like you see in this element. So that's what's going on here. This element is exactly the same, right? Except that the wording is different. The text here is session length instead of break length, but otherwise this element is exactly the same. This element is basically designed, is the UI for the user to basically manipulate and change the session duration or the session length, right? So you have the same thing. You have some sort of a header, and then you have these 3 elements on the same horizontal line. 2 of them are buttons with up and down icons, and in the middle you have another element which stores the number, which displays the number. All right. Then let's come down to this element. This is also another key element. Here, this element comprises of, again, 4 elements. The first element is this text, which should show session. And of course, it should also show break if it's counting down the break, but we'll more on that later. But the first element is some sort of a text, some sort of a header. The second element is the countdown element. This element is where you will actual countdown timer will work and show the countdown timer, right? And as again, this element has an ID of time dash left, as you may recall. And then the third element is this start stop button. This button has the ID of start underscore stop, excuse me, not start stop, but start underscore stop, right? And this fourth element is the button whose ID is reset, as you may recall, right? So again, this is another box with slightly gray background with 4 elements, and those are the elements. All right. So that is basically the breakdown of the UI. Again, this is not a complicated UI. It's fairly straightforward, right? Nothing complicated going on here. And with that, that completes the review of our mockup. So we are done with step number 1 and step number 2. Let's get down and start code to step number 3. And step number 3 is coding our HTML and CSS, creating our HTML and CSS. So let me first open up my code editor. I would be using Visual Studio Code. As you may know, VS Code is one of the most popular code editors out there. It's by Microsoft. And if hopefully if you have that, that's great. If you're using anything else, that's great too. There are a whole bunch of good, effective editors out there, so feel free to use whichever editor you're comfortable with. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do here is let me open up all the folders, right? Let me open up all the files, right? So I have a folder here somewhere. Okay, so what I'm going to do is open up, create a folder here. So excuse me, create the file. So let me create the first file, right? I obviously need three files here, right? I need a HTML file, I need a CSS file, and I need a JavaScript file. So let me create the three files all in one go, so I don't have to do it again. I'm going to name this. Let me first go to the actual folder where I'm storing this. That's here. Okay, right. And I am going to call this, give it the default, the standard name index.html. All right. Okay. So this should turn to index.html, and it does. Let me open up my CSS file and store it. And obviously I'm going to store it in the same folder so that I don't have to mess with the path references. So I'm going to call it styles.css, which is also fairly the default sort of naming convention when it comes to naming a style sheet for simple apps. And I'm going to store it in the same folder. Okay, so that's my CSS file that I created, and there you go. I'm going to open up my JavaScript file. Okay, and I'll call it script.js and store it. So basically all I've done now is created the three files that I need in order to code this app. Okay, so with that, I'm going to all right, so I'm going to restart or start coding the HTML. So as we just discussed, right, as we just reviewed the mockup, I'm going to start coding basically we're going to start using HTML and CSS to create this look and feel, this sort of web page. So let me start writing the boilerplate HTML tags, right? So I'm going to start writing type.html, then I'll create the HTML tags. Let me create the head section with the head tags, and also create the I don't need so much gap. Let me just create the body section with the tags, the body tags. Also, let me put put a title using the title tags. This will basically show up on the browser tab, as you know. I'm just going to use the name of the app, 25 plus 5 clock. Okay. Now let me also complete or fill out the basic references. So basically I'm going to create a reference to my CSS file here. So using a link tag with the rel property style sheet. Okay, and type should be text /CSS, and the href that should point to the actual file should be styles.css. And hopefully you guys are familiar with this. With this, I'm just basically filling out the boilerplate language here. The next tag that I want to fill out is as I mentioned, I'm going to be using jQuery, right? So let me get, as you know, in order for you to use jQuery, you have to either you must have the entire jQuery source file in here, or you can also use the jQuery CDN, right? So let me go get the jQuery CDN from here. I'm just going to do a quick Google jQuery CDN. And this is the most convenient way. You search with the string. The very first result is basically takes you to the page. And when you go to the page, all you have to do is basically copy this script tag. Okay, that's all you have to do. So I'm just going to copy this script tag here, and I'm going to put it within my head tags, like so. So this will ensure that any jQuery code we write later, right? Obviously, we're not going to do any JavaScript jQuery coding now, but I'm just setting this up so that I don't have to come back and redo this stuff later, right? That's why I'm putting all the references in my head, within my head tags. Okay. All right. So what else? Oh yeah, I have to obviously put a reference to my actual script tag, right? So I'm just going to create a script, type equals text at text / JavaScript, and the source will be my actual the file, JavaScript file, which we have named as script.js. Okay. And again, we're just gonna start creating our HTML now, and we're not gonna do any jQuery or JavaScript coding now, but I'm setting it up now so that I don't have to deal with this later. Okay, so we have most of our boilerplate stuff here. You know what? Let me open up the index.html file so that so you see we know what we are going to see. We can monitor the progress. I'm just going to open it up in Google Chrome like so. All right, obviously we don't expect anything, right? We expect a blank page, and that's exactly what we have here, so we're good. But as we keep building our HTML, we should expect to see elements in here, right? So we're going to start building out our mockup with the very first HTML, which is with our very first element right at the top, which is this one, right? Which I said earlier, right, is just a container, some sort of a box with this text, 25 plus 5 o'clock. So let's try to build that out, all right? Okay, so all right, so I'm going to use basically a section. HTML has many block level tags, right? Div, section, article, nav, header, etc. I'm just going to use a section, right? I'm just going to use a section tab here, and section tab, and within the section tab, I'm going to use an h1 tag, and I'm going to put the title with the text, which, as you know, is 25 plus 5 o'clock. Okay, and let's see what we see. So I'm going to go to our page. I'm going to refresh it. Okay, and yes, we do see something, right? It was blank previously, and it is now showing our the stuff that we just created in HTML, right? It's showing the 25 plus 5 clock, the text, but clearly this is nowhere near what we need it to be, right? We need it to be like this. So, and we know why it is looking like this, because we haven't done any styling. So let's do some styling, all right? So let's just style this first set of elements that we just put here, right? So I'm going to go to my CSS file, and I'm going to access that element or refer to that element using you know what, since I'm going to be restyling this, let me give it an ID so I can use that ID to basically style it, right? So ID, I'm going to choose an ID. I'm going to just say header, right? Now, one quick note as you know, while reviewing the requirements, there were several elements that required a specific ID. Well, these elements they don't have any requirement, right? The requirements, in other words, do not spell out that the first element, the top element here, this element right here, needs to have any specific ID. So what I'm trying to say is that we can choose any ID that we like. Okay, this element that we just put here, the section and the h1, they do not have any requirement of a specific ID, so we can choose whatever we want. I'm choosing header. You can choose whatever else you want. Okay, so I'm going to give the section an ID of header, and I'm going to give the h1 an ID of, let's say, I don't know, header text, or header text. Okay, something nice and simple and hopefully meaningful. So let's use these IDs to style it. So I'm going to access it using header. And one of the things that I do whenever I put an element, whenever I start placing elements in my HTML document, is that I give it a temporary border, because that allows me to see where that element is getting positioned, and also what are the dimensions of the element, right? That's what really helps me. It's sort of a tip. Use it if you like. So I just always give any new element that I place in my HTML document, I always give it a temporary border, something that I get rid of later, right? So let me just give that first for now. PX solid, and give it a black border. Simple. Let me also let's see with that, and what else? Let me give a color of, say, green or light green, right? And you know what, I'm gonna give this later. Let me first do this. Okay, let me first see how it is looking, shaping up right now. So I just gave it a border, right? Let's see how this element is getting placed, right? All right, so this element, now we gave it a border, so now we know our section tag is basically occupying pretty much the whole width of the browser, right? And our header h1 is all the way to the left. Clearly we have to do some more styling, right? Now we want this section tag to be placed in the middle somewhere with a little bit of gap on the left and right side. So we got to take care of that. We also want the text to be in the middle somewhere. We got to take care of that. And also notice something, right? Notice something. If you notice right on above the top edge of the section tag, there is some sort of a gap, right? There is some sort of a margin. And similarly on the left edge, you see some sort of a gap. Now, we didn't provide any margin or gap in our CSS, right? Look at our CSS. There's nothing here that says give the section tag any margin. So why is it that we are seeing margin on the top, on the left, and also on the right? Well, that's because, as you may know, all HTML elements come with some built-in margin and padding, right? There is built in. So every time we put an HTML element on a document, you will see some predefined built-in gaps, margin and padding. So we got to get rid of that, right? Because remember, we want our element to be flush with the top and to have some nice to be flush with the top. So we can get rid of that. We can do that universally for our entire document, right? So every time we put an new HTML element, we don't want to have any some default margins or default padding. The way to do it universally is to basically use this code. You basically use this line, this set of CSS code, star colon after comma colon before, and then you give margin equals 0, padding equals 0, and also box sizing as border box. So what box sizing equals border box does is that it always respects whatever dimensions you give to any element, so that if you change the padding inside that element, the overall dimensions remains exactly as you specified, right? That's just a quick description of what box sizing does. But again, feel free to look it up, Google it and look it up if you're not familiar with it. So we just gave it a whole bunch of additional CSS code to get rid of the default padding and margin. So let's see if it does that. Let me refresh the page, and boom, look, it did it, right? Now we don't have any gaps on the top or on the left. Our element, our section is flush with the top, right? But obviously we have to do a whole bunch of styling to give it an appropriate length, appropriate height, and also give it an appropriate width so that it remains centered with equal gaps on the left and right side. And we also want this guy, the heading, to be in the middle. So I'm going to apply a bunch of styling to do that. So basically I'm going to give it a width, let's say of 85%. I'm going to give a height of, let's say 200, or let's say 150 pixels. Okay. And I'm going to give it a margin of left and right margin of auto and top and bottom margin of 0. The way you do that is you use the, you collectively you can do it using a single statement. This is for the top margin, which is 0. This is for the right margin, which is auto. This is for the this is for the bottom margin, and this is for the left margin. This should give it a nice, this should place our section tag nicely in the sort of in the middle, as we saw in our mockup. Also, let me give it a nice background color. Okay, the background color is what I typically use is I'll just say F8 F. I use this color. Usually go with. I'm going to keep using that. Yep, should work. Okay, so now let's see how our element is shaping up. All right, so now it did a whole bunch of styling, and the styling is taking effect, right? Now look at our section. It has a nice height, although the height is a little bit longer than I want, but I'll get to that later. But look, our section tag is nicely placed in the middle, right? It has equal gaps from the left and the right edge of the browser. But the problem is, one issue obviously is not issue. The styling that we need to take care of is this should not be on the top left. It should be in the middle. So we'll take care of that. And let's reduce also the height of this element, right? Just from my perspective, we can keep it the same, but I want to make it closer to our mockup, which is a narrower height. So let's do that. And also let me do this, let me give the height in terms of REM. I prefer to use all my dimensions. I prefer to specify my dimensions using REM. As you know, I'm talking about REM units. In order to do that, as you know, first you have to basically assign a default font size to your entire HTML document. So let me do that. I'm going to assign a font size of which is 16 pixel, which is fairly standard. You can choose a different one, but again, we are doing this because we want to use REM units. I want to use REM units for all my dimensions in this project, and in order for you to use REM units, you have to specify a default font size for your entire HTML document. So that's why I'm doing this. I'm using 16px. So now I can come here and I can make it I don't know, I'll make it let's say 6 rem. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so that's the one thing. Also, I want to put the text in the center, so I'm going to give it a text align property of center, so that the text within this section, within this tag, within the section element, with the ID header, will be in the center. All right. Let me also try to style our okay, so let's see how it looks. Okay, and come here. And nice. Now look, our height has reduced as I had preferred it, and our element, that text, is now nicely centered. Obviously, this text is now flush with the top edge, which we don't want. We want the edge. We want this text to be somewhere in the middle. And also, I'd like this text to be of the color green, and maybe I want to change the font to something else, and also make it, give it some sort of a letter spacing. So let me style that all up. Let me now change my focus and style the our header, our h1 tag. Okay, so our h1 tag, we will refer to it using the ID, which is header text, header dash text. Okay, and I want to basically change the font family here, font family to, let's say, this one. Okay, actually, you know what, I want to use the exact same font family for all font, all text, all across this document, right? So I, instead of giving it here, let me just delete it from here. Okay, and make it universal across the whole HTML and give it here. That way, the font, wherever I'm using font or text, it will pick up on the Gill Sans font. Okay, so that will change the font for our header text as well, header text element, our h1 element as well. Let me now give it a color of light green. Just, again, that's my personal preference, so I'm just going to give it like that, and I'm trying to make it closer to the markup again. Let me also increase the font size to, I don't know, 2 rem. Right, let me give it a padding top of to make it vertically centered. Let me give it a padding top of, I don't know, 2.4 or 2.5 rem. Let's see if it works. Okay, and let me also give it a letter spacing. Let me space the words, the characters within the entire text by 1px. Okay, and yeah, let's see how it looks. We did a bunch of styling to the h1. Let's see how it looks. All right, not bad, right? It did something. It changed the font. It gave a nice spacing. The only thing is it's slightly closer to the lower edge. I want this text to be nicely vertically placed, more or less in the center, vertically speaking. So let me reduce the padding top to, I don't know, 2.3. Let's see how it works. Sometimes while styling, you have to play with it, so it's no other way around it. Which is still not that. So let me make it 2 rem and see if it works better. All right, this is better, right? And so, okay, this is looking good according to me. All right, and hopefully you are seeing how we styled our first element. So our element is now looking pretty much like this. In fact, you know what? Let me make the color closer to this. Instead of making it light green, let me just do green and see how it looks. That's what I had originally. Right, not bad. This is what we had. So now let me get rid of the border and make it exactly as we need it to be based on our markup. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the border, and there you go. Now our element, we have successfully created our element and styled our element so it looks pretty much like this. All right. Okay, so let's move on to the next element. The next element is this box, right? As I mentioned, this is the break length sort of controls, right? You can adjust the break length. As I said, this consists of 4 elements. So let's put that down here. All right, so I'm going to go back to my HTML document, and I'm going to basically, so what I'm going to do is, so as I said, right, this element is basically some container. So I'm going to, within that container, there's 4 elements. So I'm going to use, let's say I'm going to use a div for this container, right? And div, and in that container, I'm going to place the 4 elements. The first element will be the h2 tag. Okay. Now remember, this h2 tag has a specific ID requirement, and that ID, according to requirements, this h2 tag must have an ID of break dash label. So, hopefully you remember it. If you don't, that's okay. Go back and refresh it. This has a specific ID requirement, so we have to give that specific ID, and within that we have to put the text break length. Okay, there we go. The next three elements are two buttons and another element to capture to basically display. So the next three elements are these two buttons with the icons and also something to hold that number, something to display this number 5, which obviously can change. So let me put that here. So I'm just going to put button. Quickly type the two buttons, and in between the two buttons put, let's say, another element to capture the number. So this is type button. Okay, and again, one other important reminder, the buttons need to have a specific ID as per requirement. So let's say we'll make this the up button. So we have to give this a ID of break increment. Again, this is as per requirement. We have to give this a specific ID. Misspelled the word increment, all right. And so that will be our button. And let me create the next button. Okay, with the same syntax, obviously. And this button will be the down button, or the button to reduce the value, to decrement the value. So again, as per requirement, this has to have a specific ID, and we have to give it ID of break decrement, right? The first button was a break increment, had to have an ID of break increment, because that's the button we'll use to increase the value of the break duration. So the next button has to be the button to decrease the value of break duration. Hence, we will give it an ID of break decrement as per requirement, right? So we have created a button elements. Now in between the button, we have to have an element to display the number. So I'm going to use a span element, okay, and one to display the number. And the span element, I'm just going to put 5 here for now. Later we'll programmatically change the number, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Right now, let me just simply hard code the value 5 in here. Now, another important point, this element, the span element, which basically holds this number, it also must have a specific ID. That ID is break dash length. Okay, that's the ID. So we have to put it in here. All right. Again, feel free to go back to the requirements part of the video to refresh it, but this is the ID that is expected of us to put as per the requirements. So we're going to put it here. Okay. So now what we did was we put a whole bunch of elements. So let's see how it looks. Okay. I'm going to go back to the page and refresh it. All right. So we have something here, right? We have what we put. We have the text break length coming up, and we have the number 5. But the buttons are missing. The reason is that by default, the background of button is the same as the background of the element they're in. So the background of the div is white, so the button background is also white. So we're going to have to change the background in order to make our button visible. So let's first start styling these elements. Okay. By the way, we're going to style this div, right, which is the main box that holds these 3 elements. So we should give it an ID. Okay. And the requirements do not expect us to use a specific ID, so we can choose whatever we want. So let me choose an ID of break dash controls. Okay, because again, this box will be used to change the break duration. So I'm just going to use something that makes sense to me, which is break dash controls. I'm going to make that the ID. So let's me start styling stuff here. So as always, let me give everything. Let me first style the overall box, overall container, break dash controls. And I'm going to give it, as I said, a border 1px solid black to see where it is positioned and on the dimensions of this. And let me also give it a background color, the same that we are using all throughout our mockup, which is F8, F9, FA. That's just something that I use. You can use something different if you like. Okay. And let me give it a dimension. Okay, let me give a dimension. I don't know. Let's see. What I've done in the past is I'll give it a dimension of say 15 REM. Okay, and REM, and let me give it a height of roughly half of that. So I'm just gonna go with 7 REM. Okay, let's see how it looks. Right. All right. So we've done some styling. Let's see how our box is shaping up. Okay, so we've got the dimensions more or less correct. We've got the border, which obviously is a temporary border, and we have a background color, but clearly the buttons are not visible. So let's make the button visible. Now, in order to style the buttons, right, since we have many buttons, I'm just gonna use the name, the tag name, which is button, right? As you know, you can do that. I'm not going to use the IDs. I could. So I could use the ID, break, decrement, break, increment, and all that. But that will lead to a lot of words, a lot of typing. So I'm just going to use the HTML name, right? Tag. I'm going to give it a dimension. First of all, I'm going to give it a border of 1px solid black. Or you know what? I don't. Let me just basically not give. But let me just give the dimensions first, right? Width. Let me just do 2 rem. Height. Let me give it to let's say 2.4 rem. Okay. Let me give it a. Let me give the buttons the background color, a different background color, right? Otherwise they won't be visible, right? That's the whole point as to why they are not visible. Let's say I'll choose light sky blue. Okay. And let's see how it is shaping up. Okay, there we go. We have the buttons now, right? So as I said, the buttons needed a different color in order to be visible. Otherwise, they remain sort of camouflaged in the background of the element they are nested in. Now that's not the case. So we can see the buttons, we can see the number, the element which holds the number 5. But clearly, a lot more styling has to be done, right? These elements are not all squished up. In our mockup, as you can see, these elements are nicely distributed across the whole box, whole container. So we got to do that. They can't be like this, right? This is all squished up. So first off, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically give these buttons a rounded edge just to make it slightly better looking. So I'm just going to go border radius. Let's say, I don't know, 4 pixel. Okay, this is just look and feel type styling. You don't have to do it, but it's just the way I prefer, right? Now let me give it some. Let me do this. So what we can do here now is let's talk about the icons. Okay, I do want to mention a few things about the icon. So we need the icon here, right, to indicate. Right now you cannot tell which button is for up and which button is for to reduce the value, right? We cannot tell because they don't have an icon. We must provide an icon something like this, an up arrow and a down arrow, so user can tell, hey, this button is for increasing the value of the break length and this button is for decreasing the value of break length, right? Now, what about why do you get icons? Hopefully you have some experience with icons. You can use one of the biggest, best known sources of icons is fontawesome.com, right? You can go there. They allowed you to download a starter kit, right? You just have to provide your email, right? So let me show you where you can go. You can just Google fontawesome.com. You can just type font awesome. It'll take you to their webpage, right? And once you're on their site, and it's taking a few extra seconds to come up, site is a bit okay. Here we go. Here, if you want to basically start, all you have to do is basically. Okay, I'm facing a technical challenge here. I'm not sure why. Okay, here we go. So if you want to, this is where you go basically to use Font Awesome, right? You can sign up for their pro plan, obviously, but you don't have to, right? They're very generous. They allow you to basically use their a bunch of their icons for free. For example, I've been using a lot of their icons for free. Then you can click this button. Once you click this button, it takes you to a page where basically you put your email. Then they'll send you a kit to that email. That kit will basically be a script tag, okay? And you just take that script tag and you plant it right here on your head section. Okay, you plant it right here and that's it. And then you can use their any of their icons. As you know, all of their icons come with specific I tag that you have to use. So for example, if you want font awesome, you want to use the up arrow, so font awesome up arrow. Okay, you just Google this. It'll give you the font awesome up arrow. So like here, for example, you click on this, it takes you to that page, and you can basically, you basically have to copy the I tag from here. It's coming up. Okay, let's give it a second here. Looks like font awesome site is not as responsive. Oh, there you go. Right. So here, as you can see, this is the up arrow. If this is the up arrow you want to use after you've got the starter kit code, You can just you just like I said, just Google it, come to this page, and then copy this tag. Once you click on it, it copies automatically, and then you can put it in the button that you need it to be, right? Again, I'm just giving some quick directions. These are things you can figure out yourselves as well, but just trying to give some quick tips in case you are not familiar with Font Awesome. But don't have to use Font Awesome. You can use any other icons you have. All we need basically here is we need to have some sort of icon so that the user can tell which button is for up and which button is for down, for incrementing and decrementing, right? All right, so let's do that. Going to just quickly. Okay, so hopefully you have figured out what icons to use. As I mentioned, I'm going to be using Font Awesome icons. So as you know, for the first button is our increment button. So I have to include the Font Awesome I tag, right? And the way you do that is you basically include an I tag, and within that you include a specific class as specified by the Font Awesome folks, which is your for the up arrow, the I tag needs to have these specific sort of this specific class, which is fast followed by space by far dash angle dash up. Okay, and similarly for the down button or the decrement button, you need to include your I tag, and you include basically your I tag, and it has to have a different class. Again, this is you don't have to reason anything about this. You just have to copy what the Font Awesome specs require you to do in order to use any of their icons. As I said before, each of their icons comes with a specific class that you basically have to copy paste, right? So for the down arrow, I'm using this specific type of icon, uh, angle down. Okay, and let's see how it is looking. So I just included this, right? Let's see if it shows up. All right, so I'm going to go here. I'm going to, okay, there you go. Now we have our icons. All right, there is an up arrow icon, there's a down arrow icon. Now obviously we have to style it. I want these icons to be bigger, right? So I'm going to style that in a bit. And also what I want is I want there's to this number 5 should be bigger, right? If you look at our markup, the number 5 is nice and big, it's easily visible, right? Which is not the case with us. So I'm going to do a quick bit of styling to increase the size of this number, and also to change the arrow size and maybe even the color, right? So I'm going to go to my script tag, I'm sorry, my styles CSS file, and I'm going to style the icon first. I'll just use the tag name and I'm going to say color is white, and I'm going to increase the size. The way you increase the size of an icon is use the font size property, right? Font size, I'm going to give it 2 rem. Okay, that's that. And I also, as I said, I want to increase that number. That number here is a span. So let me just use the name of the HTML tag span so that it is universal, right? I could use the ID, right? If you want, I can use the ID here. So ID of the span is break length. So let me do that just to be, I guess, to be consistent and not to create any confusion here. So I could use break length. Okay. And I'm going to I'm going to increase the font size here to again 2 rem. Okay. So let's see how it looks. Right. So look, our icons are looking bigger and much more easily visible. That's one. And our the number in the middle is also bigger, right? Let me get rid of the border for the buttons so that we don't need that. The way you do that is you put border transparent, okay? And that should get rid of the border and let's refresh this, and there you go, borders are gone. So we have done some fair bit of styling, but our this whole box, this box with where you can set the break length still doesn't quite look like what we need it to look like, right? This box should have it should have a nice vertical distance among the elements, and it should have a nice sort of horizontal distance among the elements here and the elements on top. So how do we do that? If you notice here, right, this element, the header, and these 3 elements, they're basically on 2 different horizontal lines. So we can achieve this look using the flex property, right? So let's do that. So the way we do that is we can display our the break control box as a display flex. Okay, as a display, we can convert that into a flex box basically, right? And since we are dealing with elements, we want to have the elements along the column, right? Look at the mock-up, right? Our elements needs to be vertically spaced properly, right? So we are dealing with elements that are placed along the column. This element, the break length element, and then these three elements, right? So we'll have to specify a flex direction of column, because typically flex direction by default, whenever you declare any element as flex, the default flex direction that it assumes is row, which is not the case here. We are trying to situate elements that are placed along the vertical, so we have to specify flex direction as column. And then I'm sorry, I just hit the enter, put the semicolon in the next line, which will cause an error. Now all I have to do is justify content, use justify content property, and I'll use, I don't know, space, let's say space around. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so we have basically used the flex property to give it a nice vertical distance. So let's see if it works. Okay, come to the page, refresh it. Okay, it is working, but it is putting everything vertically, which we don't want, right? We basically want the first element to be in its own line, and we want the next three elements to be in its own line. So basically what we have to do is include the next three elements, the two buttons and this number, in a single element. We have to nest these three elements within another element so that they appear on the same line. Okay, so if you are not following what I'm saying, we basically have to include these three elements, okay, the two buttons and the span, inside another element so that the flex box sees two elements. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm gonna just include it into a div. I'm I'm going to just use a div and nest our two buttons and the span inside a div. So that's all I did. All I'm doing here is nesting our two buttons and our span inside the div, right? Let me give the proper indentation so you know what I'm doing here. Okay. Now, if I refresh the page, I should see something different. And there you go. Look what happened. Now I'm seeing the header, the text on its own line, and with some nice spacing, I'm seeing the other elements. So we are getting closer, right? If you want to play with the vertical spacing, you can change the justify content property. Instead of using space around, you can use space evenly and see what it does. Does it do anything? Yeah, it probably makes it slightly better, so I'm going to go with that, right? So now we are getting closer to our mockup, which is the top element, this element, the break length, the text, and the next three elements have a nice bit of vertical spacing, but it still is, all the way squeezed to the left. We can help that. See, look at our page so far. All elements are squished all the way to the left, which we don't want. We can fix that by simply giving an align items property and make it center. This should take care of that, and see what we get. Look at this. We got much, even better, right? Now all our elements are nicely placed in the center, horizontally speaking, and they have a good healthy space vertically speaking. So we're getting closer here. Now all we have to do is I want to basically improve I want to put more gap between the buttons and this display, the element that holds the number, right? How do I do that? Well, I can again use a flex box, right? Remember, our buttons and the span element is inside a div element, right? So let me give this div a ID of I don't know. I'll call it um, break. Let me call it break element, or let me just call it. You know what? Element one. Okay, element one. Let me just give this an ID, and let me style element one to see what's going on here. Element one. Let me just this is using the ID. Let me give it a temporary. Let me give it a border to see how it looks and how it is situated in the dimensions. Okay, and let's see how it looks. Okay, let's just do this much spiling and how it looks. Okay, so look at this. Now we this is the div. The black border inside is the div that contains the two buttons and this number, right? And the we haven't given this div any dimensions, so it is occupying the minimum possible space that is needed to accommodate three elements. So let's give this div some dimensions, right? Let's give it and I give it a width. Height is fine. Let's give it a width of well, I don't know. Let's give it a width of what should we do it? Um, let's say 5 rem. Let's see how it looks. Okay, let's give it a width of 5 rem and see how it looks. Okay, that's made it even smaller. So see, understand why it happened, why it went like this, why it changed like this. We made the width of the black of this div, this black border inside this, see, we made the width even shorter. That's why it's not working. So we got to make it bigger. So let me give it 9 rem. Okay, let's see what it does now. It should. Right. So now our div is this container that contains the two buttons and the number is bigger. But look, these three elements are basically all sticking to the left edge of this box, which we don't want. We want these three elements to be nicely placed, have nice equidistant space among each other and from the left and right border of the overall box. So how can we do that? We can again use a flex property. We can declare element one to be a display flex. Okay. Okay, in this case we don't need to declare flex direction because we are trying to manipulate the spacing of elements that are along the horizontal, and flex box when declared assumes that the flex direction will be in the row, so we don't have to give a flex direction. We just have to give a justify content property. Let's give it space evenly. Okay, and let's see what we get. There you go. Our button and our display are now nicely placed, equidistant from each other and with a good equidistance from the left and right edge of the box. So we are basically, much closer to where we are, right? Now, I just want to basically change a few things here. I just want to, what I want to do here is I want to get rid of the borders, right? Let me get rid of that so it becomes, exactly like what we need it to be. So I will get rid of this border here. As I said before, I use borders temporarily just to understand the initial positioning and the dimensions. I don't need it later, so let me get a border here and let me get rid of the border here. Okay, and let's see how we are looking. Okay, now this looks even better. Let me give the header some spacing here so that it's slightly better. Our header has an ID of break label, so let me grab that. Let me grab that here. Break label. All I'm trying to do is give the heading break label, give that text some spacing. So letter spacing, I'll do 1px, or let me do 2px. Okay, and yeah, I think that's all I need to do. I don't need to style it anymore. And all right, not bad. So we have our text break length is little more pronounced, and that's what I was looking for. All right, so we have basically created and successfully created something which matches this. All right, right? So let's now create the session length box. Now, as I mentioned a few times before, right, the session length box is exactly identical to this, except for that we have to change the text here to make it session length and change the number here, make it 25, and also change some of the IDs. Remember, these two boxes have their own specific IDs as we are required to use according to the requirements. So let's do that. All right. So we can use a lot of it. So I'm just going to copy this. You know what? I'm just going to copy this whole thing here because we're going to recreate the whole box. Copy it and paste it here. Now let's change the things we need to change. So first off, we have to change the break length. It has to be session length. Okay, let me not do that. Let me show you how it looks as is. We just copied the elements, right? Let's see how it looks. Let me refresh the page, and boom, exactly as we expected, we have a exact copy of this box that we created right below it. Now, obviously, this box cannot be below it. We'll deal with that in a few minutes. But let's first make the immediate changes we need. Like we have to change this to be session length. We have to change some IDs, and we have to change this number to be 25, and we have to change some IDs. So let's take care of all that first, and then we'll deal with positioning the boxes horizontally. So first thing we have to do is change the session length, make it session. Okay. Second thing we have to do is make this 25. Okay, so let's see, take a quick look here, and look, it changed to session length and changed to 25. Good so far. Now let's change the stuff under the hood, right? This IDs, remember, this ID cannot be break controls. Two HTML elements in an HTML document cannot have the same ID. So we'll change the ID, change it to, let's say, session control. Okay, this is not break label. This has to be session label as per requirements. This ID for the H2 element has to be session label, session dash label. So that's why I'm changing it. This div has the same ID as this div. Again, no two elements in an HTML document can have the same ID. So let me change that to 2. Okay, and What else do we need to change? Yeah, we need to change this ID for the button. This is a button, but this is no longer a break increment. This is a session increment button. So we have to change this to session dash increment. Again, this is specified by the requirements. So that's what we are doing. Similarly, we have to change this ID. This is no longer can be a break length. This is for the session length, session duration manipulation box, right? So this has ID has to be session length. So let me change that. And the next thing we have to change is the decrement button ID, right? This is not no longer a break decrement button, it is a session decrement button. So we have to change the ID to session dash decrement exactly as specified by our requirements. So let's see what we should not see any changes, because whatever changes we made were under the hood to the ID, so it should still be the same. Actually, I take that back. We are suddenly, you notice how this thing became a little bit weird, right? And hopefully you know why this became, like this, why the styling changed, because now we have different IDs. So the styles we applied to this box, we applied using different set of IDs. Those IDs are no longer relevant here. So that's why the styling went away. There's an easy way to get that back. We have to basically include the new IDs in our style sheet. So we go to our style sheet. So first thing we do is break control. We have session controls for the new box. That's the ID. So we add it here, session controls. Okay. That should take care of the overall box. So if you want to check it out here, come back here. Look, now the box duration, the box dimension became exactly back to what it needs to be, right? Now we need to change the other IDs. So the other ID we need to change is, for example, here we don't need to change anything because we are accessing it using button, okay? Here we don't need to change anything because we are styling using the I tag, right? But wherever you've used IDs, that's where you have to change. So here we change it to ID session length, okay? And here we have to give it a different ID. So I chose an ID. Did I change the ID here? Yeah, I gave it an ID of element 2. So wherever we are styling element 1, we just add the ID. We just add the element to the other ID, the new ID for the other div, right? And of course here we have to give a session label, okay? We again adding the ID for the new element, and now things should look exactly as we expect. And there you go. Now they look exactly as we need them to be, right? They are basically exactly as the two boxes have whatever their elements are positioned and styled exactly the same way, right? And again, all we did was we basically added the new IDs, right? The new IDs that we have in our HTML document, right? The new IDs that we gave here, we basically added those new IDs to our CSS. That's all we did here, right? Now, as a quick note, you don't have to add so many IDs. If you hopefully if you are well versed with HTML, you know that wherever I want the same style, I can use a class. So so for example, here, this div here, right, and this div here. Instead of giving it an ID instead of giving it in an ID, I can just give it class, right? And I can just get rid of give it a class of element, right? As you know, HTML elements can have as many classes. You can have multiple elements with the same class, right? I could have done it that way, but again, I didn't want to complicate matters. I wanted to stay consistent by using IDs for styling. That's the reason ended up I'm using IDs all the time. But you can do that, right? You can basically, whichever elements you need to style exactly the same way, you can give those elements the same class, okay? Now here this div and this div do not have a requirement specification. We are not expected according to requirements to give it a specific ID, so we can use a class name, okay? Just letting you know that that's the option you have. That is better actually, but I'm using it here. I'm using IDs just to stay consistent. So I'm going to change it back to what it was, basically ID equals element 1, and I'm going to change it back to ID equals element 2, okay? And this should basically ensure that our things are looking the same. Okay, so now we have created our break length box and the session length box, but and they look very good. They look exactly like we need them to be, but the issue is they are not positioned horizontally like this, right? In our case, they are positioned one on top of each other. So how do we get these two boxes to be positioned horizontally, right? Well, we can basically use the flex. We can include we can put these two boxes inside another block level element, another block level HTML element, and give it a flex box, right? Make it a flex box and it should take care of it. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically, let me show you exactly what I'm going to do. I want to basically include um, these two elements, okay? I'm going to include this block of code inside another HTML element. So let me do this. Let me basically use an article here. Okay, I'm going to use an article and I will nest the whole all the code that has to do with the control boxes that we put, the break length control box and the session length control box. I'm going to put all that I'm going to nest all of that inside this article. So let me do that here. Okay, I'm just adjusting the indentation so that you know exactly which element is nested inside where. So look, this is what I did. I basically put this entire line of code inside an article. Okay, now let me give this article, I'm going to obviously have to style this article. So let me give it an ID, and I'm going to give it an ID of I don't know, info. I don't know, for lack of a better word, info. I'm just giving an ID of info. And right now there should be no change because we have not done anything here. Okay, right now with this no change, we have not done anything here. It should be exactly the same. But let's style it. So I'm going to basically give this article that we just created. I'm just going to access it and I'm going to make it I'm just going to give it a border first. Okay, I'm just give it a nice border as I do always to see the positioning and the dimensions. Okay, and I'm gonna make it so right now if you go back and see it here, right, what you will see is you will just see the border. Okay, see, look, our article that we used to nest these two boxes, right, that article is occupying the whole width of the browser. That's exactly what we want. Now what we want is we want the break length box to be somewhere here and we want the session length box to be somewhere here, and we can achieve that using Flexbox property. So we convert this article which who has an ID of info into a flex box. So display flex. Okay, and I'm going to use justify content space evenly again. Okay, and I'm going to use align items so that it also is aligned vertically along the center. Let me give these two and let's see what we get. And boom, look, we have our two boxes now nicely positioned horizontally at a good healthy distance from each other, pretty much exactly like what we want here. All right, the only thing that we need to do is put some vertical gap, right? We need some vertical gap. These two boxes are not touching the top element, as we can see from the mockup, but in our case they are touching the top element, so we can easily fix that by giving some vertical padding. So let me just give that article a margin top of I don't know 1.0. Let's see if it works. If it works, and there you go. You know what? Let me make it bigger. Let me do it. Let me say, for example, let me do 1.9 again. This is just styling choices. There's no hard and fast rule here. All I did was basically give it a slightly bigger margin. All right. Now what I'm going to do is let me get rid of the border so that um, let me get rid of the border here, and so that we have exactly what we need, and the border is gone, and look, our element looks pretty much what we need it to be. Okay, so that's where we are at this point. And all right, so now we have successfully created the first three major elements of our mockup. We have the top element and we have the two the break length control box, the break duration control box right here, and we have the session length or session duration control box, right? So we have basically created all of that, right? And it's looking pretty good. So now let's turn our attention to the final element of our mockup, which is this box down here, which again, as I mentioned, contains the four elements: the header, this time element that shows the countdown timer, and the two buttons. All right, so let's turn our attention to that. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is I want to basically utilize, I want to, let's me use another container. So let me use another. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that this is a container, right? This is a box which contains four elements. So I'm going to use another, let's say I'm going to use, I guess I'll use article, right, as the overall container for that. All right. And excuse me. And within that article, I have to place 4 elements. The first element is the heading text, right? So let me use an H2 for that. Now, a quick reminder: according to requirements, this heading text has to have this the word session in there, right? When the session is being counted down. So let me just put the text session in there for now. Also, according to requirement, this heading tag must have a specific ID, and that ID is called, I believe it's called timer label. Okay, timer label. So that's the ID we need according to requirements. I'm going to put that there. So this is the first element of that last box. The next element is another element, and basically the next element should be something that holds this timer, right? So I'm going to use a div. All right, I'm going to use a div, and I'm just going to hard code it now and put 25:00. Now later, this, as you may have guessed, this cannot be hard coded because this will dynamically change. So we will programmatically change it. But for now, just for the sake of putting together our HTML, I'm going to hard code it and put a div here. And also, according to requirement, this div has to have a specific ID of time left. That is expected according to requirements. So I'm going to give it a specific ID of time left. All right. Next two elements are the two buttons. So let me do that. Let me create the two buttons here. This is type button, right? And this button has to have an ID of start underscore stop. Okay, so I did that. This is according to requirements. And let me also create the next button. uh, Type equals button. Okay, and this has to have an ID of reset according to requirements. Right, so let me do that. Okay, now if we were to refresh the page to see how things are shaping up, let me refresh the page here and see what we see. All right, we see something, right? We see the word session, we see the time indicator 25:00, and we see two big buttons, right? But we don't see anything else inside the buttons, right? We don't see the icon that we need to see, right? We need to see this type of an icon and this type of an icon for the reset button and this icon for the start underscore stop button. Also, we need this kind of spacing, right? Vertical spacing, horizontal spacing. How do we achieve that? We can once again go to our friend the Flexbox and achieve this kind of a layout very easily, right? So let me go back in here. Let me first try to give it some styling. Now, in order to style it, we have IDs everywhere, but let me give an ID for this overall article. Let me give this an ID of, I don't know, let me just give an ID of timer control, I guess. Or let me give it an ID of display. Okay, let me just give this an ID and let me start styling it. So first off, as I always do, right, I'm going to give it I'm going to access that element using its ID. I'm going to give it a border 1px solid black. Okay, and I'll give it a width. So the width that I want to give is, I don't know, let me say 18 rem, and I'll give it a height. I'll give it a height of, let's say 10 rem, and let me give it a background color. Okay, the same background color we've been using across, which is the hash F8 F9 FA, and let's see what changes are taking hold here. Okay, we have our border, we have a background color, but obviously all the elements are all the way squished up to the top left corner, which we don't want. So let's do the same thing. Let's apply Flexbox. Now keep in mind, when we apply Flexbox, the first Flexbox that we want to apply is to make sure that this element, the 25:00, and these two buttons all get a nice vertical spacing. Okay, right? That's what we want to do. So in order to do that, if we simply applied Flexbox as is, we will get all 4 elements vertically spaced. So let me show you what I mean, right? If I just simply did display equals flex, and we are trying to position items within the Flexbox vertically, right, along the column. So we have to specify flex direction. Okay, and flex direction column. Now, if we just give, and let me just do a justify content also space. Let me also use space evenly. If we did that, we will see all four elements on top of each other, like so. We don't want that. We want this to be its own horizontal line, the session text to be in its own horizontal line. We want this element to be its own horizontal line, and we want both buttons on the same horizontal line. So in other words, we have to put the buttons inside another element. We have to nest these two buttons inside another element so that they are treated as one element. Okay, so let's do that. So we're gonna put the buttons inside another. I'm gonna just use a div. Okay, I'm just gonna type an extra ending tag. I'm just gonna nest these two buttons inside a div. Okay, there you go. And just to be sure, what I did, all I did was put these two buttons inside another div, just so that they get nested. Now, when I do this, right? Now, when I do this, let's see what happens. Look, now we are getting a nice vertical spacing. The text is the header in its own is in its own horizontal line. This is in its own horizontal line, and these two buttons are also in its own horizontal line. Right now, obviously, we have to do more styling. The styling we have to do is we have to put this all three elements somewhere in the center of the box. So let's do that, and we can achieve that very simply by using align items, because that takes care of the alignment along the cross axis. Okay, let's do that. There you go. Now let's take care of some more finessing type of styling, and this box should be good to go. All right. Let me make this element slightly bigger. Right. This element has an ID of time left, so let me do that first. Let me do that. So I'm going to access it using this ID time left, and I'll give it a font size of, let's say, 2 rem. Let me make it 2.5 rem in this case, right? And let me also give it a letter spacing of 1 pixel. Okay, now this div that we just used, this div that we used to nest the two buttons, let me give it an ID, right? Let me give an ID of button div. Okay, so that I can style that a little bit, at least see how it's shaping up. So I'm just going to give it an ID of button div button, and I'm going to access it using the ID, and let's see, I'll give it a border, right? 1px solid black, just so that I can see how the internal div is looking right now. So let's see what we see. All right, so our number is bigger. That's great. Now look at this. This div is this is the container div, right? That contains the two buttons. Now the reason the two buttons are squished so close to each other is because this div has the minimum possible width. Let's give that div a slightly bigger width. So I'm going to make that div, give it a width of, let's say, I don't know, 5 rem. Let's see if it works, or let me make it bigger. Let me make it 7 rem, right? Let's see what it does. It should obviously increase the width, and there you go. But now the buttons are all the way to the left together, right? We don't want that. So how can we make sure the buttons are sort of equally spaced, have some good spacing between amongst each other horizontally? We can again use the flex property, right? So we declare this nested div, which has the ID button btn dash div, a display of flex. Okay. We don't have to give flex direction because it is already, we are trying to position horizontal elements, so we don't need to give any flex direction. We just use justify content property here and do space evenly. Okay, and this should take care of it nicely. Let's see what it does. There you go. Now these two buttons have a nice good horizontal spacing between each other. So now we can get rid of the, so now we let's well, before we get rid of the, let me actually, what I was saying is let's get rid of the border. Okay, now the other thing we need to do is we need to basically put some icons, right? These two buttons, as you can see, they don't have any icons, right? So once again, I'm going to use font awesome icons, and I'm going to put them inside those two buttons. Feel free to use, as I said before, your own icons or font awesome icons if you have the starter kit, but you will need the starter kit in order to do that. So in order to get a sort of appropriate icon for the start stop button whose ID is start underscore stop, I'm going to use this type of font awesome ID. This is has, I believe it has the class um, fa dash play circle. I think that's what it's called. Dash O. Okay. And you have to also give a I believe you have to give a We close the I tag here, and you have to give a via hidden property. Should be true. Again, there is nothing to analyze here. This is exactly what they specify. You just have to copy paste it. Okay, so this should give the appropriate. This should show the icon. But let me put the other icon here so that I don't have to. We can check it together, right? Now the reset button, or the button whose ID is reset, the icon, the font awesome icon that I'm going to use is, I believe it's called far refresh. So should be far space far refresh, and it also has araya hidden property of true. Okay, now let's see what we get here. Okay, let me go back there to our page, refresh it. Right, there we go. We have icons. All right. Now, so we are pretty much done here, but obviously this box here should not be all the way to the left. It should be positioned somewhere in the middle. So all we need to do is give it some margin auto, left and right, and some top margin, right? So let's do that. So I'm going to go and style the box, the display box. I'm going to basically give it a margin using a single, just a single margin property. So I want a top margin of, let's say, 2 rem. I want left margin of auto, bottom margin of 0, I'm sorry, I want top margin of 2 rem, the right margin of auto, bottom margin of 0, and a left margin of auto. So let me do that, and this should take care of things. There you go. Look, it's positioned nicely in the center, right? This is almost done. All I have to do is I'm just gonna give it a little bit of a more styling. For example, I want to increase the give it a nice letter spacing here, right? And I want to get rid of the border. So let me see how I can do that. I will give it a let's see, letter spacing here. So let me do this letter spacing of 2 pixel. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this here because it's a duplicate, and this should take care of the letter spacing. There you go. And I want to also, what I want to do is I want to get rid of the border here, as I said. There you go. Okay, so now we have, there you go. Now our UI is basically two additional things we need to quickly also address. The first thing is the requirement regarding the audio tag. As you may recall, one of the things the requirements asks us to do is to play an audio every time the countdown reaches 00:00. So essentially, whenever a countdown is completed and the timer shows, and the timer here shows 00:00, we are expected to play an audio file, and we are expected to do so using an HTML audio tag. So first off, we got to include the HTML5 audio tag. So let's take care of that. So we are again looking at our index.html file, and you can include your audio tag anywhere as long as it's within the HTML document. It should work. So I'm just going to include it here. Okay, an audio tag syntax is pretty simple, just like any other HTML tag. You have the starting and ending tag here. All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to also add some attributes. So the first attribute I need to add is the ID. You may recall that the audio tag should or is expected to have an ID of beep, so I'll include that here. The next important attribute that the audio tag needs to have is the path of the sound file that you need to play. All right. So I have a sound file that I've used in the past and that I'm going to basically use. You can use your own, or you can use, welcome to use this, is up to you. But that sound file must be included in the source attribute within quotes. All right. That's what I'm doing here. And the final attribute that I need to include in the audio tag is muted. Basically, the reason you need to include muted is that when you load the page, the audio file should not play automatically, right? I believe Chrome and maybe some other browsers do this, that if you have an audio tag in there, and if you don't specify the attribute muted, it plays on its own. Don't hold me to it. I know that was the case a while back. I don't know if they've fixed that issue, but just to be safe, I'm including the attribute muted. You can play with it. You can try it without muted, see if it doesn't make any difference. But again, I'm doing it just as a matter of habit. All right. So now we have complied with our audio tag requirement, right? So we have an audio tag. It has the ID of beep. It has the source file, and it is muted. And as you also may know, an audio tag is not a visible tag. You don't see it in the browser page anywhere. It's a hidden tag. Of course, if your browser does not support the audio tag, only then you will see like letters or text saying audio tag on your page. But that's such a browser doesn't exist. All modern browsers support audio tags, so you should be good to go. All right, so we have successfully complied with the requirement that pertains to the audio tag. Now, the last thing that I want to do before we wrap up our HTML is basically check how does our page behave responsively. So as websites need to be, whenever you create a website, you got to make it responsive because you don't know which type of device will be accessing it. If it's a mobile device, obviously the screen width is very narrow. So let's check how does our website behave when we minimize the browser width. All right. I would say it behaves pretty good. I mean, look, everything is already obviously squished up, but none of the elements are distorted. The break length box and the session length box still have a very slim border between them, very slim, excuse me, margin between the two, and that margin is visible, and so that basically makes these boxes look fairly distinct. And this other container here is also in its own place. So I would say I guess just by stroke of luck, our page is responsive. But how about if we wanted these two boxes to be one on top of each other? So basically, what I'm saying is that how about when we minimize the browser width like so, we want the break length box, and then below it we would like to see the session length box, and then below it we would like to see this whole box called session, right? What if that's the responsive behavior we wanted? How would we go about doing it? Okay, we would be fairly easy. All we have to do is come in here and put a media query, right? So I'm going to do that quickly. I'm going to put a media query, media the screen, and I'll go with the max width spec. Max width of usually is about six, I don't know, 640 px. That is roughly the minimize, roughly they're somewhere close to the width of the browser when it's fully minimized, like I did so a moment ago. So I'm going to go with that. And here you just have to basically, in order to have that behavior that I just talked about, and let me repeat that again, what the responsive behavior that I'm trying to achieve is that these two boxes should be one on top of each other. All right, and then below that there should be this box. That's the responsive behavior I'm trying to address. Now a quick and easy way to do that is basically these two boxes, as you know, are part of a Flexbox. They are part of a Flexbox which is called info, right? So let me scroll back up here to info, and here we have info right here. Look here, right now those two boxes are part of an article which has an ID info, right? And that is a Flexbox, right? And that has a flex direction of row, which is by default. That's why I don't mention it specifically. So all we have to do is make info, give it a flex direction property, and make it a column. I think that should do it. So let's try it out. Info, flex, direction, misspell direction. Let me correct that, and I'll make it column. All right. I think this should do it. So let me go back to the page here. Let me refresh it, and boom, look, right? The break length box and session length box are one on top of each other. There is only one minor issue. They seem to be fused into each other. They seem to be one box. Obviously, we don't want that. We want to have some sort of a gap between those two. So all we need to do is basically give some sort of a top margin to the boxes, and that should do it. So we come back to a CSS, and within the media query we will give it a top margin. So these boxes have the ID of break dash controls, if I remember, and session dash controls. Okay, all I'm going to do is give it a margin top of, I don't know, 1.2 rem, let's say, right? Something small like that. All right, and that should give us a gap between the two boxes. Let me go back here. There's no gap right now. Let me refresh the page, and there you go. Hopefully you can see it. There is a nice gap between these two boxes. And to me, honestly, guys, this responsive behavior looks slightly better. Again, it's a matter of taste. You may disagree with it, and that's okay. And like I said, even without this change, our page was fairly responsive. But I wanted to show how sometimes how easy it can be to give it a slightly more responsive behavior. That there are other options to other ways to make a page responsive, like we just did. So just by adding literally like 4 lines of code here, right, or 2 to 4 lines of code depending on how you're counting, we have even to me a slightly more responsive behavior on this. All right, and if you open it up, you should go back to the original step, and it does. When you open it up, it goes back to the the full width format, and when we minimize the browser, it goes back to this. So we are good. Okay, so those are the two things I wanted to address, and I think I've addressed that. So now we can pretty much say that our HTML page is complete in all respects. Okay, so now let's turn our attention to creating the actual building the logic. So we've just finished step number 3. So now we're going to start coding the basically the engine, the logic of the app. And as I said before, we're going to be using jQuery. So whenever you want to use jQuery, the first thing you got to do is you got to use the ready method. You got to put this line of code, document dot ready. This ready method basically is a inbuilt jQuery function that basically checks whether the page is fully loaded and then executes whatever code you write within this. So basically, as you may know, in a document, you have to write all your jQuery code within the document.ready method. All right. So we have created the external. This is basically the container for our jQuery code. And here is where we will start to write our jQuery code. Now, what should we go after first? So I propose one of the things that I had mentioned, if you may recall, while I was building out our HTML, is that I said, hey, these values, this 5 here, this 25 here, and this 25:00 here, I had told you that, hey, I'm hard coding it at that point, but eventually we will have to programmatically display the values, right? If you remember, I had said that. So let's address that first. Let's not hard code it, because all these numbers will be our manipulatable numbers, right? These are all adjustable numbers by the user, right? So user has to adjust them. So we have to make them, let's start by displaying them programmatically, so it'll be slightly easier, because later in the program we will basically be adjusting these numbers programmatically only. So it doesn't make any sense to have them hard coded. So I'm going to go back to my index.html, and I'm going to delete those hard coded numbers, right? So I'm going to first delete the 5. Where is the 5 here? If I can, there you go. I'm going to get rid of that. Then there's a 25 here. I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to remove this hard coding here. All right, save the file. Now these numbers should disappear from our page. And there you go. Again, they've disappeared because, as we expected, we removed them from our HTML document. So as I said, let's first try to bring those numbers back, but this time programmatically. So how, whenever you want to put some, obviously the code that you the jQuery code that you use in order to put and display anything in any element is very simple. You just grab that element by its ID, that element's ID. Remember, this element's ID, again, just to recall, this element in the middle of these two buttons, its ID is, I believe, break dash length. Okay. Similarly, the ID of this element in between these two buttons is session dash length. And this ID, which is blank here, but there's an element here which was previously showing 25:00. Well, that element's ID is time dash left. Just to again refresh your memory, right? So let's start with this element, right? This element's ID once again is break dash length. So as I was saying, in jQuery, whenever you want to display something, a content in any element, you grab that element by its ID. So this is break dash length. That's the ID of that element. Okay. And then you pass it the text method. Okay. And what do you want to display? We want to display 5. All right. Let's see if it does that. Back here. And there you go. 5 is back. Right? But here's one thing that I want you to notice. If I'm putting the number 5 directly in this function, I'm still in some way hard coding it, right? I'm not hard coding it in the sense that I'm putting it in the HTML document, but I'm giving an actual constant number. That is not manipulatable, right? Remember, this number will not remain 5. When the user comes in and starts messing around with the buttons, which again, we haven't coded yet, we will code the buttons. But when the buttons are coded, the user has the ability to come in, change the numbers. So by giving it a 5 like this is still in a way hard coding it. So what would be a better way to do it is to do it via a variable. So why not we declare a variable, let, I'll call a variable break CTR, initialize it to 5, and here we'll pass the variable. Okay, this should also have the same result. Let me go back here, refresh the page, and look here, 5 still is there. And in this case, the big improvement we have made is we are not hard coding it, we are doing it via variable. The advantage that gives us is later in the code we'll be able to manipulate the variable to manipulate the value of this number. Got it? So let's do the same for now our session length default value, right? We just placed the default value for the break length, which is 5. We did it programmatically using a variable. Let's do the same for the session length. And again, this ID here, which is invisible here, there's an element here whose ID is session length. So we're going to do that. But let's declare our variable first, okay? So I'm going to call this variable session CTR, and I'll initialize it to the default value of 25 because that's the default value as per requirements. And then I'm going to basically use jQuery. I'm going to call the jQuery method. I'll grab the ID first, which is session length, and I'm going to apply the text method. I'm going to pass the variable session CTR, and this should bring here number 25. And there you go. Now we are truly displaying the numbers programmatically, and we're doing it using a variable. Okay. All right. One more thing I want to do before we move forward, right? In any coding language, especially when you code simple apps like this, it's always good. See, look here. What I'm trying to say is our code here is we have a declaration here. We have a declaration here. We are, excuse me, I need to undo this. We have declared a variable. We put a line of code. We've declared another variable, and we put a line of code. All this is good. Everything is working, but it's cleaner to basically club all your variables in one space, right? Just from a good hygienic programming practice, especially for apps like this, which are not overtly complicated. We're not going to end up writing thousands of lines of code. So for apps like this, it's generally good healthy practice to basically club your variables in your coding file in one place, so later it's easy for you to manage them, tweak them, update them, right? So let's do that. So I'm going to basically remove this from here, and I'm going to put it here. Okay. All right. And I'm going to get rid of this gap. And you know what, I will also advise and follow another sort of guideline here. I'm going to declare all my variables in the top section of the file, right? So I'm just going to write a comment here, global variables. Okay, I'm going to declare all my variables here, and I will create a section here, which will be code. So basically, all I'm saying is that all I've done here is that I've said is that, hey, I'm going to declare all my variables in this section, and I'm going to write all my code in this section, right? This will just be make it slightly simpler to basically, like I said, manage the variables as we build our code. Right now, we have only two variables because those are the two variables we've been able to think of, right? But obviously, you understand, right? We're going to be using more variables. We don't know what they are yet. Obviously, we don't. But as we get deeper into the program, as we get deeper into coding this, we are going to need more variables. At that point in time, I'm simply going to come here and add those variables here, declare those variables here. All right. So that's a quick cleanup step and a guideline that I wanted to share. All right. So now we have programmatically displayed the default values for break length and session length on page load. So we're good. Hold on for this for now, or in fact, you know what? Let's do this as well. All right. Let's also display this value programmatically. So how would we do that, right? Remember, this cannot be simply a number. This has a specific format. There's a 2-digit minute followed by a colon followed by a 2-digit number, a 2-digit second, right? That's the format that is expected here. So we simply cannot put just a simple number here, right? It has to be basically 2-digit followed by colon followed by another 2 digits. So basically it's a string. So we have to construct that string. So how would we do that? So we can do it in one way, which is we can grab the ID of that element, which I said is time left. Okay. And we can simply do this. We can apply the text method. And in the text method, we can do, we can use, let's say, we can say, 25, and we can do this. Okay. We could do this, right? And let's see if it works. I think it should work. It will work. But again, if you notice here, this is again sort of hard coding it, right? if we are going to put something, display a number like this is basically a hard coded string. You cannot, basically manipulate that. So the point I'm trying to drive is we should try to do this using a variable as well. All right. So let's try to do that. So I'm going to remove this from here. Let's try to do that. So let me use a variable here called temp, and let me construct the string in this variable. Now, one of the things you will recall from the requirements is that the content, the number here in the session length and the number here in the minutes part of the time left, they should always match. Meaning, while a user is changing these values, right? When a user comes in, let's say our app is fully working and you loaded this page, right? And a user comes in and they change the value. A requirement states that one of the requirements, I don't know exactly which one, but the requirements does imply that whatever number you change via these buttons on the session length, the minutes part of this number must match it identically. So in other words, as this goes up, let's say if you were to change it to 26, this should also be 26. If you were to change it to 27, this should also be 27. So whatever changes you do to this number by clicking the buttons. Now the buttons are not ready, I agree, we will do it. But at that point, whatever changes you do, that they must be always in sync. This number and this number must always be in sync. So what we can do here is, while constructing this string, we can simply use our session CTR variable because they have to be in sync. So we can say session CTR. To that, we can concatenate. Plus is a concatenation operator. We can concatenate a colon and we can concatenate the 0, 0. Okay. Now, what we have done is we have created this string and stored it in this variable tmp. And all I'm going to do is pass it the variable tmp. Okay. I'm going to pass it the variable tmp and let's see if it does it. It should do it. Yeah, it does it. If you want to check, let's change the value of session CTR to, let's say, 29, just as a test. You have 29 here and 29 here. Obviously, we have to change it back to the default value 25, but I just changed it just to give you a sense that it is working. All right. So what we have done here again is we have used a variable to basically programmatically display the time left, this whole information, which is this. All right. So let me refresh that. It should go back to 25. Okay, let me now do a quick cleanup. As I said, I'm going to be declaring all my variables in the same space. So I'm not going to declare a variable here. I'm going to come here. TMP is basically a string variable, so I'll initialize it to an empty string. I can do that, or you can leave it uninitialized. That's fine too, but I like to always initialize my variables as much as possible, to the extent possible, where possible. So that's what I'm doing. So this way, I am not I am adhering to my guidelines, which I mentioned a few moments ago, which is that I'm going to declare all my variables in this section and all my code in this section. So we use the temp variable and we are here. All right. So we have done quite a bit. We have basically now programmatically displayed the default values for break length and session length. And also we have displayed this default value, which is 25:00. All right. So now what can we logically do next? How about we move to start coding the buttons? All right, that's a good logical next sort of area we can pay attention to in terms of starting to code, starting to implement. Let's start to code these buttons. Now, let's start with the break length buttons, okay? And I'm going to start with this up arrow button. Now, what behavior do we need here, right? It's very simple. According to requirements, each time you click this button, this number should go by 1. That's it, right? Each time you click this button, this number should go by 1, right? And the max allowed number is 60. So let's see if we can do that. So in order to code a button, we have to apply the click event. So let's do that. So I'm going to basically grab the element. This element has an ID break dash increment, just to refresh your memory. So I'm going to grab it, break dash increment. Okay, I'm going to apply the click function here. Okay, apply the click function and like so, open the parentheses. And here, all I'm saying is, hey, every time this element is clicked, what am I supposed to do? Increase that element by 1. Now we know the value of that element is stored in this variable break CTR, right? Now hopefully you understand why using a variable to display that value programmatically is so advantageous, because now all we have to do is increment the value of this variable by 1, break CTR plus 1, right? If we do this, it should do it. Let's try it out. Come here, we refresh the page. Now I'm going to click this button and it's not working. And why is that? So let me open the console to see what's if there is an error. Uh, and there is no error, but it's not working. So maybe I have not used an um, oh, that's why it's not working. So it is working, but it is not displaying the value. So we have to not only increment the variable by one, but each time we increment the variable by one, we also have to change this value, right? We also have to change this value. So this line of code that I wrote, it is working. To prove to you that it is working, let me console.log the value of break CTR. Okay, console.log. I'm just gonna break CTR. I'm just gonna log the value of break CTR. You should be familiar with console.log. It's a very powerful statement. All it does is it logs whatever you want to log on the console, which I just opened. This is the console, right? So what I'm doing with this console.log statement is that I'm saying, hey, every time somebody clicks this button, increase the break CTR by one, add one to it, and then show that value, log it to the console. That's what I'm doing. So that should work. So let me refresh the page. Now when I click this button, this number will not change, but you will see internally break CTR is getting incremented. How will you know that? Keep an attention to this area. Look, keep looking at this area. Look, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, right? So break CTR is getting incremented exactly as we programmed it. But why is the number not getting changing here? Because we haven't added the code to display the updated value of break CTR, right? We haven't written any code that will display the updated value of break CTR after each time it gets incremented. So let's do that. So I'm just going to put I'm going to just display the value here in that element. Again, that element's ID is, I believe, break length, right? So I'm just going to do grab break length by its ID. Actually, I have to put a hash sign here. Let me put that here. I'm going to apply the text method and I'm going to pass it the variable break CTR. Now we should be able to see not only that with each button click, this number should keep getting incremented. And there you go. It's getting incremented. Of course, the console.log is also I still have a console.log statement, right? That's why you see the console.log numbers also here, but we don't need that. So let me get rid of the console.log statement. We don't need that now anymore. Okay. We know the button is working and the number is getting incremented and also getting displayed here. Let me refresh it again and let me start incrementing it. Look, it's getting incremented nice and easy. But does it respect the upper limit of 60? We got to check that, right? Does it do so? I don't think so. And look, it doesn't. It keeps going past 60. It should not. It should stop at 60 according to requirements. And the reason it's not stopping at 60 is because we haven't put any kind of condition here, right? The condition or the way we can make sure that this clicks, that this number doesn't go past 60 is basically using a simple if condition. We can simply say if the value of break CTR is less than 60, right? If the value of break CTR less than 60, only then you should execute these two lines of code, right? That's one way to ensure that this number here does not go past 60, right? There are other ways as well, but I'm choosing a simple method here. So all I'm doing is I'm going to nest these two statements inside a simple if condition. So I wrote the if condition and I am nesting those two statements inside the if condition. I'm going to indent it so you know those two conditions are nested. Now with this condition, I think our increment button will increment the break length all the way to 60, but no more. Let's check it out. I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to keep incrementing it. And let's see if it goes past 60 this time. All right. Hold on a minute. We're right there. And look, it reached 60 and I'm clicking it. You can hear the sound, but it's not doing anything. So we have successfully implemented the max value condition. All right. So I think our break increment button is coded. Right? At least for now, it is coded. Let's change our focus to now this break decrement button, right? The logic will be basically reversed here, right? So let's write the code down again. So I'm going to grab the break decrement button by using its ID, break decrement. I'm going to apply the click function. Okay, put the appropriate parentheses. Okay, I'm gonna put the appropriate parentheses here, like so. And okay, now here's where we will write our code. Now in break decrement, what is the behavior that's expected? It's just the opposite. When you click this button, whatever number is here should go down by 1, and that updated value should be shown here. So we can simply here do this. We can say, hey, break CTR equals break CTR minus 1, and we will display the value in that element. Every time we every time the button is clicked, we have to reduce the value of break CTR by 1, and we have to display the updated value, right? So we will grab the element where we need to display the updated value. That element's ID, as you know, is break dash length. Okay, and apply the text method here, and I will pass the value break CTR. Okay, so let's see if it does it. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to increment it to some number like this. And now let's see if I'm going to click the decrement button. All right. And when I click the decrement button, let's see if it does it. All right. And yes, it does do it. But does it stop at 1? It does not. It keeps going to negative. This is obviously not what we need. We cannot have a timer going to negative number, right? That's bizarre. So what do? We have to add the same condition. We have to add some sort of an if condition, right? Which says that, hey, if the condition should be based on the value of break CTR, just as we added here. Remember, we added an if condition about break CTR being less than 60. Only then do this. Here we have to apply condition regarding the lower limit. So we can say as long as break CTR is greater than 1, as long as break CTR value is greater than 1, then you should execute these 2 lines of code, which is reduce it by 1 and display the updated value. Let's see if it does it. So I'm doing the same here, which I did before in the break increment button. I'm nesting these 2 coding statements inside an if condition. So let me give the proper indentation so you know that these 2 coding lines are part of this if statement. And what is if statement doing is simply checking that, hey, do these 2 lines of code only if the value of break CTR is greater than 1. Let's see if it does it. So I'm going to refresh the page, and I'm going to just increment it to some higher value. Let's say I don't have to, but I'm doing it anyways. And now let me decrement the value, and let's see it's decrementing nicely. And look, it stops at 1. It does not go below 1. I came all the way down to 1. I am clicking the down arrow button, but it's not going anywhere. It's stopping at 1. That's exactly what we need. And if I click the up arrow button, it goes all the way. It'll stop at 60. We already checked that. And the down arrow button also works just well, and it stops at 1. All right, so I think we have successfully coded our break increment and our break decrement button. Now we may need to tweak it in a little bit as we discover new aspects of this code. But for now, I think we are good to go. So now we can change our focus to coding the up arrow and the down arrow button for the session length box. So let's start with the up arrow button. Again, just to refresh, this has an ID of session dash increment. And by clicking this, the behavior expected is that this number should go up by 1. So each time we click this button, this number should go up by 1. And this number, the element that is holding this number, that element's ID is session dash length, just to refresh your memory. So let's grab the up arrow button for the session length. How do we do that? We simply, use the usual jQuery syntax. It's called session dash increment. Okay, attach a click event to it, an anonymous function, apply the appropriate parentheses. All right. Now here, what do we want when a user clicks the session increment button? We want to increment the session, right? We increment the session CTR, session CTR plus 1, okay? And we have to display the updated value in that element whose ID is session dash length. So let's do that. So I will grab it here, session dash length, okay? And apply the text method, okay? And we give the value of the variable session CTR. All right. So this is our code. Now I don't have to say again. I hope you already discovered what I've missed. I have not put a condition. I need to put an if condition here. We saw that without putting an if condition, the increment button will keep incrementing all the way past 60. We don't need to see that again, right? We already saw that. So let me simply include this same condition here, right? Which is if session CTR is less than 60, okay, only then you should do these two things. Only then you should execute these two lines of code. Again, this is the same logic as we successfully understood, analyzed for the break increment button. That's why I don't have to re-explain it again. I'm sure you get it, right? This is exactly what we did here, right? This is a session increment button, just like we did the break increment in the break increment button. We used the condition less than 60, we have to use it again. Only then will the session increment button stop at 60. Otherwise, it'll keep going all the way to, who knows, as long as you can keep clicking. All right. So this should do it. Let me go back here. Let me refresh the page and let me start increasing the up arrow button for the session length. And look, it's working fine. Will it stop at 60? It should, because we put that code. And look, it stops at 60. I keep clicking the session increment button, but there is no change because it is stopping at 60 because we already wrote that logic. All right. So now let us do the session decrement button. All right. This should also go quickly because we have already understood the logic when we coded the break decrement button. So I'm going to grab the session decrement button by its ID, which is session dash decrement. Okay. I'm going to apply a click function to it. Okay, like so, put the appropriate parentheses, open up the braces. Now here, I'm just going to quickly code. I'm just going to say if session CTR is greater than 1, then you should basically decrement session CTR, sessions CTR minus 1, okay, and then display the updated value in the element whose ID is session dash length. Okay, so I'm going to apply the text method here, and I'm going to pass the variable name session CTR. All right, this should successfully program the session decrement button as well. So let me check it out. So here's the session increment. So it's working fine. We already checked it. It stops at, it stops at 60. Let's check it again right here. Now let's do the session decrement button. Okay, I keep clicking it. It's working beautifully, right? Each time I click it, it goes down by 1. And should it stop at 1? Yeah, I think it should because we put the condition. Look at it, and it stops at 1. At 1, I keep clicking the decrement button, nothing happens. That's exactly what we want. All right, so we have successfully coded the up and down arrow buttons for the break length and the same buttons for the session length. Now, a couple of things one thing that we have to understand, right? First off, I want to do some little bit of cleanup here. So I'm just going to do a quick refactoring here. As you know, this statement break CTR equals break CTR plus 1 can be rewritten in a much more compact way, in a shorthand way, which is we can simply do plus plus, right? Similarly, break CTR equals break CTR minus 1 can also be written in a much more compact way, which is break CTR minus minus. So let's do that. Similarly, let me refactor this code here, right? This can be plus plus, right? And this can be minus minus, right? Again, this is just quick refactoring. It's just a cleaner way to write code and taking advantage of the shorthand. This should have no material change. It should still work. Okay, this should work. Look, it's working. This should work. It's working. Okay, there is no material change. It will keep working exactly as we said. We haven't changed the code. We haven't changed the logic. We just refactored it. So everything should work in terms of the up and down arrow buttons for break length and session length exactly as we coded. Right now, the thing that we have to understand is, let's change our focus to this. As I mentioned to you a few minutes ago, this number, the minutes section of this number and this number must always be in sync while the user is changing this. Okay, not when the countdown timer is running, right? That's a different thing. But when the countdown timer is not running, right, at that time, um, the user should be able to not only change the session length, and when the user changes session length, whatever number is here, it should exactly match the minutes, right? In other words, this number and this number must always be in sync while the user is manipulating or changing the session length. Keep that is a very important clause, while or when the user is changing the session length, right? So basically this number and these two and the minutes must be in sync. We got to implement that, because right now we can change the session length and it changes beautifully, but this number still remains 25. That should not be the case. This number should also change as this number is changing at the same time, so that they're in sync. So how do we do that? Well, we simply have to update this number, right? We have to simply update this number. That's what we have to do, right? So we have to grab the ID of this, and we have to do it this way. So we have updated. How did we display this number programmatically, right? We displayed this number programmatically using the variable TMP. Look here, we declared a variable TMP, and we created TMP string, and then we displayed TMP, right? So we'll use the same approach. We will use TMP. So what we do here, every time the session length is changed, we've got to construct the string. So TMP, we have to reconstruct the string because session counter has changed. So we'll say session CTR concatenated with the colon, concatenated again with 00, because the 00 seconds will always remain 00 while the user is changing the session length, right? Of course, when the timer is running, then it will change. But user, as you know, cannot change the session or break length while the timer is running, and we'll get into that in a minute. But right now, you have to keep in mind is that this number, as I keep saying, this number and this number should be in sync. So let's do that. So we're going to use the same approach. We're going to use TMP, our variable that we declared earlier, to construct the string. Okay, and then we're simply going to grab the element by the ID. That element is has an ID of time left. Okay, and we're going to apply the text method on it, and we're going to pass the variable TMP. This should do it. Let's see if it does it. Okay, right, let's see if it does it. I'm going to update it. Look, and look, it does it beautifully. Looks 43, it's 43 colon 0. Look, it is working exactly as you expect, comes to 60 and remains at 60, right? But does the decrement work? No, decrement does not work. Decrement button works, but only to change the session length. It is not keeping this in sync. And that's because we haven't added that code here. So let's go ahead and add this line of code, basically add the same line of code here. Reuse the same code here, okay? And now our decrement button should also work. So now let me decrement this, and look, our decrement button is not only changing this number as we have seen in the past, but is also changing this number exactly the same time. So basically this number and this number are in sync both when you reduce, decrement it, and when you increment it. And that's exactly what we wanted. So we have now programmatically achieved another thing, which is keeping the minute section of this and this number in sync when the user is adjusting the value of the session length. All right. All right, very good, guys. So we have achieved a whole bunch of things. We have coded the button, we have displayed stuff programmatically. One more important thing that I want to share with you, one more conceptual idea which I want to talk about now. Okay. Now, as you know, this timer has two possible states, right? Either the timer is running or the timer is not running, right? Let me repeat that again. The timer can be only in two possible states. So when you load the page, the timer doesn't stop. According to requirements, the timer is not supposed to start on page load, right? It should be exactly like what you're seeing right now. It should be just like this. It should be a static web page with a 5 displayed here, with a 25 displayed here, and a 25 colon 00 displayed here. The timer only should start running when the user may or may not adjust these numbers and then clicks this button. Now, this button we have not programmed. So when we click it now, nothing is going to happen because we haven't reached that far in our programming, right? But we will code it in the upcoming minutes and upcoming session, obviously. But right now, the point to understand is the timer can be in two possible states. Either it can be like this, which is it's paused or not running, or it can be running, right? In other words, we need a way in our program to programmatically indicate or to programmatically determine which state the timer is in. Okay, let me restate that in a different way. We need a way programmatically to indicate or to determine whether the timer is paused or whether the timer is running. I'm sure, and I hope that you get what I'm driving at. We need a way to programmatically basically distinguish between the two states of the timer, which is one state being the timer is paused, not running, like so, and the other state is the timer is running, where this will do a countdown. One way to make that differentiation, one approach to indicate programmatically, to determine programmatically whether the time is running or not, is to use a Boolean variable. So let's say we create a Boolean variable called isPlay. Okay, And the logic we use is if isPlay is set to false, that means timer is not running. Okay? But if isPlay is set to true, that means the timer will be running. So in any point in our code, when we start running the timer, and we will do so in a few minutes, we will set the value isPlay to be true. Okay, initially we will set it to false, but later we will set it to true. But for now, we are using the logic or the thought process that, hey, we're going to indicate whether the timer is running or not using a Boolean variable. And how are we going to use that Boolean variable? Well, as you know, Boolean variable can only have two states, false or true, right? It can only have these two states. So we'll say that, hey, if our Boolean variable isPlay is set to false, that means our timer is now paused. Okay? So just like when on page load, we load the page, timer is paused, timer is not running as is expected to. It's not expected to run on page load. So we can legitimately set our Boolean variable isPlay to false. Okay. Now, the reason I'm discussing this is a super important aspect of the program, right? We have to distinguish programmatically whether the timer is running or not running, and we're going to use this method, this approach, this Boolean variable isPlay in order to make that differentiation, because we need to be able to make that differentiation in our code. Okay, but for now, we have we can already use it in our buttons here, right? Remember, if you, while reviewing the requirements, it was implied that these numbers can only be allowed to be changed by the user when the timer is paused. Okay, I don't recall exactly which requirement, but it is implied in the requirements that the timer, the session length, and the break length can only be manipulated or changed by the user when the timer is not running. In other words, if the timer is running, when the countdown timer is running, and if the user clicks these buttons, nothing should happen, right? Let me repeat that. When the timer is running, and we haven't coded that yet, we will code it. At that time, if the user clicks any of these buttons, then no, these numbers should not be allowed to be changed. However, the user should only be allowed to change these numbers when the timer is paused. So we have to build that logic in our button controls. We haven't done so. Right now, it works, but right now, because the timer is, we haven't coded the logic of the timer, we haven't coded the the actual countdown. Obviously, we're going to do it in the upcoming part of this video. Right now, it doesn't matter, but it will begin to matter. That's why I wanted to introduce this concept of the two states, right? The timer is either running or not running, and the way we are going to detect it, the way we're going to programmatically detect it or programmatically indicate it, is using our Boolean variable isPlay. If isPlay is set to false, then we are saying, hey, timer is paused. So how do we use this to ensure that user can only change the break length and the session length duration when the timer is paused? How do we use isPlay to do that? Well, it's fairly straightforward. All we have to do is introduce another condition here. We have to basically encapsulate this whole section in another condition. And what is that condition? That condition is another if condition to check, hey, what's the value of isPlay? So if isPlay is equal to false, only then should we be allowed to do all this, right? Think about it. That's how we can use this Boolean variable isPlay to prevent the user from changing the break length or session length when the timer is running. In other words, this is the way we'll use isPlay to ensure that user can only change the break length or the session length only when the timer is paused. And when the timer is paused, what's the value of isPlay? It's false. That's what we have determined. That's what we have decided. So we will say if isPlay is equal to false, only then we should be allowed to do this. Okay, so now I'm going to just do a proper indentation so you guys know that this whole code is part of this. Okay, all right, and let me do the same here. If the same if condition can be applied to all four buttons. Okay, if isPlay equals false, and the logic is the same. We're saying that, hey, do allow the changing of the values of the break length and session length. Allow that only when the timer is paused. only when the timer is not running. So while I make the code changes, take a minute to basically revise this thought in case you haven't gotten it. Hopefully my repeated explanations helped you get the idea, but in case you haven't, take a minute while I make these changes here. You will obviously see this in effect once we program our countdown timer, and we can at that time we'll be able to test it out that this is working. Okay, so I'm just going to make these changes here, and I'm going to nest it here, nest the whole block of code here, and then I'm going to indent it so that we know that this whole block of code is going to run only if isPlay is equal to false. So that's basically the idea here. All right, and this final session increment, final change in the session dash decrement button, if isPlay equals to false. I'm going to let's see now what we have here. Yes, here, this is where I need to put it. So, and let me indent this. So again, what we're saying is that, hey, execute this highlighted line of code only if isPlay equals false, meaning only when the timer is stopped. Okay, so this takes care of not only adjusting the ensuring a key requirement that these buttons should change the value of break length, and these buttons should change the value of session length only when the timer is paused. So we have ensured that by writing these extra lines of code, by introducing that if condition. But more importantly, we have now devised a method. We have now devised a method by which we can programmatically determine whether the timer is running or it's paused. Okay, so this is a very important concept, because this is I would say even a sort of a concept or a code that or a logic that the program hinges upon, right? It is super important. So I'm glad we are able to get that out of the way, and again, hopefully you have understood the line of thinking here. Okay, so let's see now. So what we can do now is we can change our focus to trying to code the start stop button. So again, this is the button that we're going to go after, right? So let's see how we do that right now. So let's first review the functionality, how this button, which has the ID start underscore stop, how this button works. Okay, so there's a couple of aspects about this button. First off, is that when the timer is stopped, like the timer is not running, like so, and a user clicks the button, what should happen? Well, then the timer should start running. It should start counting down. On the other hand, when the timer is in the middle of a countdown and a user clicks the same button, then what should happen? Well, the countdown should stop. It should pause. All right. And if the user clicks the button again, the countdown should resume from wherever it had paused. So that is the general sort of set of functionality, the functionality or the way this button is supposed to work. In a way, it has a dual functionality, right? It depends what it should do, what this button does upon a click. It depends on the existing state of the timer, right? So if the timer is not running, if the timer is stopped, and if the button is clicked, it should start the countdown. Whereas if the timer is running, the countdown is happening and someone clicks this button, it should pause the countdown, right? And whenever this button is used to start the countdown, right, it should start the countdown from whatever number is here, right? That's another aspect of what we have to deal with while programming the behavior by while implementing the behavior of this button, right? So let's keep that those things that I just stated about the behavior of this button. Let's keep that in mind, and let's get to coding this. So clearly, we have to we have to implement the click behavior of this button. So let's start with that. I'm going to go down into our JavaScript file. And I'm going to let me make sure that I have the right yes, I have the right end parentheses here. So let me start by grabbing the ID of the button. ID, as I mentioned, is start underscore stop. Attached to it a click event. Okay, and I'll create this function as the handler, right? And here, what do we have to do? So first, as I said, let's do this. As we know, whenever we use the click button, whenever the click button starts counting down, it starts counting down from whatever number is displayed here, right? So in other words, we need a way to grab this number whenever we click this button, whenever the user clicks the button so as to start the timer, right? So we have to grab this number here, right? So let's do that. Let's first grab that number here. We can we can do that by using, we can start coding for that whole our goal, which is to, hey, whenever user clicks this button, let's first grab whatever number is here, okay? And then obviously we have to do some manipulation, because look at this, this is not a number, this is a 2-digit minute followed by colon followed by 2 digits, but this entire thing is a string. It's not a number, right? You can't do a mathematical operation on this thing as it is. You have to not only grab it, but you have to extract the minute portion, extract the seconds portion, and then you'll be able to do whatever, decrementing, right? Because countdown is essentially about reducing the seconds count by one at a time, right? You basically reduce the seconds count by one every second. That's the whole idea of a countdown. And once you have reduced the second count 60 times, then you change the minute count by one, right? That's the whole idea of a countdown. Okay, so basically we not only have to grab this thing, and this is basically a string, we have to grab it, and we have to then find ways to separate it. So let's first start with a simple line of code where we say, you know what, we'll grab this. Okay, so how do we grab this? We grab the, how do we grab? We're gonna grab the, when I say grab this, I mean grab the content of this element. This element has an ID time left. So let's grab the ID of the element. Okay, and get the way you get or retrieve the content of any element using jQuery is you use the ID. Sorry, I missed my opening and closing quotes here, and then apply to it the text method. Okay, apply to the text method. Obviously, this will return the content. This code, this line of code we wrote, will return the content of this element, time left, time dash left, right? So obviously we need a place to store it. So let's store it in a variable called dispval, as in display value, but I'll just call it, I'll write the shorthand version. Dispval is the name of the variable where this code, this line will return the content of this element. That's how jQuery works, right? If you want to see what it is, if you want to see what dispval is, let's do a console.log. Okay, console.log, as I mentioned before, is a very powerful statement. So I'll say dispval contains, I will give the variable name. And this is standard JavaScript, way to access variables within console.log. And let me also do this, right? Let me also actually let's just see what we get here. So so what I did was I basically grabbed the content of this element whose ID is time dash left, and I stored that content in our variable dispval. And here with the console.log statement, all I'm doing is I'm printing to the console the value within this variable. That's all I'm doing. So let's do it. Let me first open the console, and I'm going to, here's our console. Let me refresh the page. So now I'm going to simply, let me just change the number and make it 28. Okay, let me now click this button. What we should see is we should see two console.log statements here, or excuse me, one console.log statement that will show the value of this. Okay, and look, we get our console.log statement, and it says this val contains 28 colon 00. That's perfect. That's exactly what we expected, right? Because the whole point of this val is to grab what's in this element time dash left, grab this content and store it in the variable dispval. And this console.log statement proves that our dispval is accurately grabbing and storing the content of this element. So we're good here. But what about the type? What type of variable is dispval? As you know, JavaScript, each variable has a type. It type array, type number, type string, type object, right? These are different types of variables, right? So let's try to do another console.log statement to see what is the type of this variable dispval. So I can say I'll simply use the JavaScript inbuilt method type Typeof is a JavaScript inbuilt method that allows you to determine the type of a variable. All you have to do is write typeof, that's a keyword, and within parentheses pass the variable whose type you are trying to determine. So I'm trying to determine the type of the variable called dispval. I'll just pass that. Now we should see here two console.log statements, okay? So let me again change the value to, let's say, 28 for the sake of continuity. Hit this button. And look, we have two console.log statements. The first one, as usual, tells us that this val contains 28 colon 00. That's perfect. That's right. And look here. What is the type of this val? It's a string variable, right? So as I said, this is a string variable. Remember, eventually we are grabbing this not just for the, we are grabbing this number here, not for the sake of just grabbing this number here. We're grabbing this number here because we want to eventually subtract one from the seconds part of this number every 1 second. And once we have subtracted one 60 times, then we change the minute by one, right? That's the whole idea of a countdown, right? So in other words, we are grabbing this number in order to do a mathematical operation of subtraction. We cannot do that on a string. So we have to convert this string to a number. But before we do that, we have to get rid of this colon. There is no need for a colon in a, we don't need a colon. We need the colon to display it, but we don't need that to, do our mathematical operations. So we have to get rid of that. How do we get rid of the colon? We can use a JavaScript inbuilt method called split, right? So just to give you a hint, split is basically a JavaScript inbuilt method, which basically you apply it to any a string, and you give it a character here. In this parenthesis, you give it some character. Let's say, I don't know, a comma. And if your string contains comma, the split method will basically break up the string every time it sees a comma. So that's the whole idea of a split method. Okay, so let's see it in action. So I'm going to apply the split method to here, right here. I'm going to concatenate it. I'm going to apply the split method here, and I want to split the string at the colon because I want to get rid of the colon. So I want to split the string at the colon, right? So what I'm doing with this line of code is I'm saying that, hey, grab whatever in this, whatever is the content of this element whose ID is time dash left. Okay, grab the content of this using this whole time, this line of code, which by applying the text method, and then on that thing that is returned, apply the split method. And when you apply the split method, you will basically split that string into an array of two elements. That's what a split method returns. That's the other thing that you should remember about a split method, is that it returns an array. So a split method is applied on a string, and it returns an array with as many number of elements as the method encountered based on what you supplied here. Here we are supplying a colon, so and we only have a single colon in our string, so we should expect an array of two elements. The first element should be 28, the other element should be 00, and both elements should be of types, should be strings. Okay, so let's do that. So now this val should be basically, okay, now let's see what our console.log statements print. So I made this code, I saved it. Make sure I save it again. Let me go up here. Now keep just quickly, just to remind you, previously our disval contained this whole string, and it was of type string. Let's see what it changes to. So now let me again make it a 28 for the sake of continuity. Now I'm going to click this button. Again, we will see two console.log statements, but look at what the contents will be. Look. Now look what happened to disval. It changed into an array. There is no longer a colon here. You see 28, you see a comma, and you see 00. What this is saying is that disval is now an array. And to confirm that, look at the type of disval. The second console.log statement prints the type of this variable disval, as you know. And what is the type of the variable disval? It is an object. In JavaScript, array is a type of an object. So we are moving in the right direction. So now what we have done is we have basically converted this string into an array of two strings or two elements, where each element is a string. The first element is the string 28. The second element is the string 00. Okay. Now what do we have to do? Well, now clearly we have to extract them. Possibly it would really help us if we extracted these two elements in its own variable, right? You cannot apply a mathematical operation to an array, right? You want to apply it individually. It'll be much easier to apply the mathematical operation of subtraction, right, individually. So it would really help us if we were able to extract the 28 into one variable and extract the 00 into another variable, right? So let's do that. How do you do that? Well, we know now that this val is now an array of two elements. And how do you access the elements of an array? Using the index, right? An array starts, the first element of an array always starts from zero index, right? So that's how you access the elements of an array. You use the array name, and within square brackets you give the index, like so. So to access the first element of this val, we will give the name of the array, which is this val, have our square brackets, and give the index. Now remember, an array starts with index 0. That's the first element, right? So this line of code we just wrote will access the first element of this val, but obviously we want to store it somewhere, right? So let us store it in another, create another variable called this val min, right? And store the first element of the array dispval in this new variable. We just created a variable called dispval min. You can read it as dispval minutes, but shorthand is dispval min. And that in that variable we stored the first element of the array dispval. Let's also store the second element of the array dispval, right? So we'll create another variable dispval sec, and in that we will store the second element of the array disval. Okay, and as you know, second element of an array happens or is at index 1, right? And so that's what we have done. So what we have done with these two lines of code is we have extracted the first element of the array disval, stored it in this variable disval min, and we have extracted the second element of the array disval, and we have stored it in this variable called disval sec. Now just to do a check to see whether to check what do dispval min and dispval sec contain, let's do another couple of console.log statements. Console.log, I will say dispval min is dispval min, okay, and I will also do the console.log for dispval sec. So I'll copy this line of code and I will just change this to dispval sec. I will just change it to dispval sec. Okay, so now we should see two more console.log statements. Let me change the refresh the page so that the code takes effect. Let me again make it 28 for the sake of continuity. Now we should see four console.log statements. Okay, all right, the first two we already know, we already reviewed, so we don't have to review it again. But look at this two new console.log statements. Disp val min is 28, disp val sec is 00. So great, that's what we wanted. We wanted to extract the individual elements of the array, dispval array, and we wanted to store each element in its own variable, and we have successfully done so. All right, but hey, what is the type of dispval min and dispval sec? Is it a number? Looking at this console.log statement, it appears that hey, it's a number, but it is worth checking because this val is a array of strings. So there is a likelihood that when you extract individual element from the array of strings, they remain strings. In fact, they do. Just to confirm that, if you don't believe me, let's do two more console.log statements. Okay, console.log. I will say type of this val min is, and here I will use the JavaScript inbuilt method type of and say this val min. Okay, and I will copy the same console.log and make the necessary changes to capture or to print the type of disp val sec. Okay, disp val sec. Okay. Now let's see what we get. So now we're going to get two more console.log statements. So in all, we should see six console.log statements, right? Don't worry about the first four because we already reviewed it. Let me change it to 28 just for the sake of continuity. And now when I click this button, again, you should see six console.log statements. And there you go. We have six console.log statements. Don't worry about the first four. We already know what they are, right? Disval, this is an array of two elements. This is an object. Disval min is 28, disval sec is 0. But look, what is the type of disval min? It is a string. And by the same token, what is the type of disval sec? It is a string. None of us should be surprised because remember, all we did was extracted the two elements of a string array. So obviously these elements will remain string. We did not change this type, right? So obviously now we have to change the type of these two variables to a number, because remember, our end goal is to be able to apply the mathematical operation of subtraction. Right? Like I keep saying, right? Countdown is about reducing one every second from the seconds count, and once you've reduced the second count by 60 times by one, you reduce the minute count by one, right? So basically we have to apply the same mathematical operation of second. We cannot apply that on a string, so we have to change it to a number. How do you do that? Very simple. You use the JavaScript method called parseInt. JavaScript has another method called parseInt. This method, all you do is you write parseInt, and within the parentheses you give the name of the variable. You give the variable you give the variable name, whatever variable name you have, and that variable will be converted into a string. So obviously you have to make sure that this variable is already is a string variable, right? Only then it makes sense to use parseInt. If it's already a number, you don't need to use parseInt, right? So that's how parseInt, the inbuilt JavaScript method, works, is that you call parseInt, and within parentheses you give the name of the string variable, and it will return. What will it do? It will return or give a number in return. Okay, so what we need to do here is we simply need to add parse int to our variable disval0, because this variable is pointing to the first element of the string array disval, right? So this is a variable that holds a string. By applying parse int on it, now disval min will store a number. You will see in a minute. Let me do the same here. Okay, let me close these in parentheses and basically apply parse int on it. So again, we did the same thing here. I'm calling parse int on this variable. What is this variable? This is disval square brackets 1. Disval square brackets 1 is pointing to the string, the second element of the string array disval, right? So disval square brackets 1 is pointing to a string. When you apply parse int on it, you will get a number, and that number will be stored in disval6. So now let's run our code again and see what we get. Okay, I'm going to refresh this again. I'm going to change the number to 28 for the sake of continuity. Now, once again, and when I click this button, you should see 6 console.log statements. Just focus on the last two. We've already reviewed the first 4, right? Boom. Look, everything is the same. We have disval min is 28, disval sec is 0. But now look, what is the type of disval min? It is a number. And look again, what is the type of disval sec? It is a number. That's exactly what we wanted, right? We wanted to take this number, right? So we wanted numbers in the end so that we can manipulate it. So finally, we have been able to achieve our goal, which is that grab the content of this element, extract the minutes portion and seconds portion in its own variable, and make sure that those variables hold numbers. Meaning, when you extract the minutes portion and seconds portion in its own variable, you extract them as numbers, and we have been successfully been able to achieve that. Okay, all right, so this is hopefully you are seeing the progress we're making. So let me now do a little bit cleaner. Let me get rid of all these console.log statements. I don't need it. Okay, clean up this place, make it less crowded. Also, in keeping with our original coding guideline, as I said, I'm going to be declaring all variables in the same space. So let me not declare variable here. Let me basically remove the let statements. I'm going to declare it, you guessed it, right up top, right in our global variable section. So I'm going to declare 3 variables. First variable is this val. Now this variable is, it's a string array, so you don't have to initialize it. You can leave it as is. You could initialize it like this. I guess you could initialize this as an empty array, but I don't want to do that. It's okay. If you leave it like this, it's fine. As I said before, as much as possible, whenever I declare a variable, I always try to initialize it so that I determine the type in the beginning. It is considered a good coding practice, but we can let this slide. Okay. The next variable we need to declare it this val min. I'm going to declare it. Now I know eventually this val min is going to hold a number, so I can initialize it to an integer, 0. I can do that, or I could initialize it to 5 or whatever. But I'm initializing it to a number because I know now right at the very beginning that, hey, disp val min is going to hold a number. So I can do that here and I can play it safe. The same holds true for the next variable we need to declare, which is disp val sec. And again, I know that it's going to hold a number, so I'll initialize it to a number 0. All right. So we have now declared all our variables once again in the global variable section. So we are adhering to our guideline. And look at our code here. This 3 lines of code, we have been able to achieve what we needed to achieve. Okay. All right. Very good. Now, what is the next thing that we needed to do? Next thing we want to do is, as I said, right, let's understand the dual function I talked about when I was describing this function. Let me close this here and let me refresh this. As I was describing this button, one of the things I mentioned is that this button has a dual function, right? When you click this button, right, it can do one of two things, right? It can either stop the timer or it can start the timer. Well, that depends on what? That depends on the existing state of the timer, right? That depends on whether the timer is, at the time of the users clicking the button, what is the state of the timer? If the state of the timer is like this, it stopped. And if the user clicks, it should start the timer, right? And the flip side is, if the state of the timer is like it's running, it's counting down, and if the user clicks the button, it should stop the timer. So once again, right, this button has two states. This button has dual functionality. And what happens when a user clicks on the button depends on the existing state of the timer. That is the point I'm trying to dive home. Now, how? So, in other words, we have to know whenever user clicks the button, one of the first things we have to know is, hey, what is the state of the timer? Is the timer running or is the timer stopped? That is the first question we have to answer programmatically whenever a user clicks the button. So, in this here code snippet, we are coding the click function, right? So, whenever a user clicks the button, we have to find out what is the state of the timer, and we can do so easily with what we did a few moments ago, which is our boolean variable is play. Just to refresh your memory, we decided that we are going to use this boolean variable is play to determine the state of the timer, whether the timer is running or timer is stopped. If is play equals false, I'm sorry, if is the value of is play is set to false, that means the timer is not running. On the other hand, if the value is play is true, that means the timer is running. So upon page load, the timer is not running. So that's why we were able to legitimately, comfortably set the value of isPlay to false, because we know for a fact that when the page loads, timer is not running. So we have set it to false. So we can use isPlay to programmatically detect, right? When the user clicks the button start stop or start underscore stop, we can use isPlay to programmatically detect what is the current state of the timer. So let's do that. We can do that using if condition. So we can say if the variable name is play equals false. Okay. Then what do we do? Then we have to write code to start the timer. Okay. On the other hand, else if is play equals true, what we have to do? We have to stop the timer, right? Now, if you haven't gotten it, let me just quickly repeat what we just did again here, right here. All we did was create the skeletal code, the two if conditions, or if and else if conditions. We wrote this code to basically programmatically detect what is the existing state of the timer whenever a user clicks this button start underscore stop. That's all we did here. So what we're saying with these lines of code is that, hey, whenever the user clicks this button, okay, you do this part, obviously you get those numbers, that's great, and then check what is the state of the timer. If is play equals false, it means the timer is not running. That means in here in this first if block, we have to write code to start the timer. That's why I wrote this comment, start the timer. On the other hand, when the user clicks this button and we come here and we find that is play equals true, meaning is play is true, it means the timer is running. In that case, what do we have to do? We have to write code here in this code block. In the else if code block, we have to write code to stop the timer. So basically, we have implemented a very major decision making point in this code when when regarding the start underscore stop button, right? And this is super important, so hopefully you get it. And we have done it in a fairly easy way. All we are using is a boolean variable isplay, and we are using a simple if and else if statement to determine that thing, which is that, hey, when the button is clicked, what is the existing state of the timer? All right, perfect. So let's start coding the what happens when the button is clicked, and that you determine that is play equals false, meaning is play equals false means the countdown timer is stopped. It's not, it's paused, it's not running. So clearly we have to start the timer, right? So how do we start the timer? Well, what do we have to do to start the timer? If you look at any if you look at a Google timer, let me give you an example, right? So I just go to Google timer, and if I, let's say, start it here, let's say what happens. Look, I started the timer, and look, it went to, from 5.00 it went to 4.59, 4.50. Okay, let me reset it and start again so that I can reset it. Let me start again. Look, it's 5 minutes and 0 seconds. So it's like our timer display is 5:00, and you start this, and what do you see? 4:59, 4:58, 4:57, right? Of course, I'm sure you know auto timer works. The idea that I'm trying to refresh here is that when the countdown timer starts, what we're supposed to do is we are supposed to decrement the value of the seconds count by 1 every second, right? And then we have to, once the seconds count has been decremented 60 times by 1 second each, okay, what do we have to do? We have to decrement the value of the minute. Now keep in mind what I'm saying again and again. It is not just about decrementing the value of the seconds counter. Not only do you have to do that, but you have to do it every second. You cannot just arbitrarily decide that, okay, I'm going to decrement the seconds count by 1, then wait some arbitrary number of seconds and then decrement the seconds count once again by 1, then wait again some arbitrary time, and then again you decrement the value of the seconds count by 1, right? You cannot do that. You have to, when the countdown timer starts running, you have to decrement the value of the seconds count by 1 every second. So how do we do that? How do we decrement the value of anything every second? Obviously, we are doing something repetitive. We are subtracting 1 from the seconds count. Okay, so that's a repetitive thing we are doing, right? So basically, this is what we are doing in order to start the timer. Our seconds count is in this val sec, right? We are decrementing it by 1. Okay, and again we are decrementing it by 1. Okay, and again we are decrementing it by 1. Now clearly this is not the way to go, because this will decrement the value of seconds count by 1, yes, but it will only do it 3 times. We have no idea how many minutes the user will program in the session length. It could be 60 minutes, it could be 48 minutes, it could be 3 minutes, right? So this is clearly not the way to go. The reason I wrote this sort of almost silly repeated lines is to drive home the point that we are doing something repetitive, right? And we are doing something repetitive every second, right? So why? What can help us save the day? What can rescue us, save the day? Here's what can help us save the day. We can use a JavaScript inbuilt function called set interval. Okay, let me say what that is. So set interval is a JavaScript inbuilt function or method that expects 2 arguments, that requires 2 arguments. The first argument is a name of a function, so it's a some function, and the second argument is a time interval in milliseconds. These are the 2 required arguments of the set interval method. Now how does the set interval method work? The set interval method basically keeps calling this function every so often in terms of whatever you've specified here. So if you've specified here, let's say 3000, okay, then, and if you call this line of code, then set interval method will call this function, some func, every 3 seconds, because 3000 milliseconds, as you know, is 3 seconds, right? So let's say you want to call some function every 5 seconds. So you make it 5000. Now what set interval will do, assuming this is some real code, is that it will call this function sumfunc every 5 seconds, because again 5,000 milliseconds is 5 seconds. Now obviously you know we have to define this function sumfunc somewhere, right? We have to define it, right? If you don't define it, a set interval will do nothing, right? It will give an error because it will say, hey, you have not defined some function. So that is just that's just basic common sense, right? But the point is that you use set interval to do something repetitive, right? Remember, a function, you define a bunch of lines inside a function if you want to keep calling them, if you want to do those lines of code repetitively, right? That's the biggest advantage of using a function, is that you don't keep on rewriting those lines of code. So that's what a set interval method will allow us to do, is call some function at whatever interval you want it to be called. It could be 5 seconds, it could be 10 seconds, it could be 1 minute. It entirely up to you. Now, why is this important to us? Because this suits our purpose well. We want to decrement, do some repetitive action like reduce the value of the seconds count, and we want to do it every second, right? So if we define a function, let me go back to a coding file. If we define a function, let me get rid of all this. Okay, let me get rid of all this. So in order to start the timer, we can simply do something like this. We can call the set interval method, and in the set interval method, we can pass a function update. I'll call it update timer, and we'll call that function every 1 second, every 1,000 milliseconds, every 1 second. Now you may say, well, hey, what is update timer? You know, obviously it has to be a function, but you may say, well, we haven't defined the function. You are absolutely right. We have not defined the update timer function, and that's exactly what we will do. Now, as a general question, you may have, well, what is update timer supposed to do? Update timer will basically do the decrementing. That's what I'm giving a very high level goal for update timer. When we define update timer, and we're going to define it here, okay? When we define update timer, what update timer, the goal of update timer function, which we have passed to the set interval method, is to basically decrement the seconds count by 1, right? And do that every second, right? Remember, as I said, in a countdown timer, you have to decrement the seconds count by 1, not at any arbitrary time interval. You have to do it every second. And once you've decremented the value of the seconds count, by 60 times, then you got to also decrement the minutes count by 1, and then go back to decrementing the seconds count by 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 every second, right? Second after second after second, right? So that's what update timer function will do. But by using set interval, we will keep calling update timer every second, so it will do the decrementing every second. So let's define update timer, and here I'm going to use a arrow notation to define it, just to change things up a bit. Arrow notation is function is a little more streamlined. So the way you define a function using arrow notation is you declare it using the variable const and use the name of the function, which is update timer, equals, give it parentheses. This is where you give the arguments. Our function will not use any arguments. And then here is where you define the function. So here within here we will write the code to decrement the relevant counts, i.e. seconds or minutes count. Okay, this is what we are going to do with our update timer function. And then once we have written update timer function, we will simply call set interval, right? And set interval will then, what it will do is it will simply call update timer every second, and it'll do the decrementing of the relevant counts every second. Obviously we have to write that code. One more thing I want to mention before we jump into writing our update timer function, okay? I want to clarify or share with you the appropriate syntax of calling set interval, right? Now here, to start the timer, we agreed. I went through a lengthy explanation of why set interval method is the best option here, is one of the best options here. There's another one which I'll talk about in a different session, but set interval is a good option, right? Now the way you call set interval, you can call it like this, but the problem is if you call it like this, you will never be able to stop it. Okay, remember what set interval does. Set interval calls this function every 1 second. Okay, it will keep calling that function ad infinitum from here to eternity until you stop it. How do you stop the set interval function? You stop the set interval function, let me go back to my scratch pad here, by using another JavaScript inbuilt method called clear interval method. Now, how does the clear interval method works? Well, the clear interval method expects an ID. It expects an ID here. Well, what is that ID? That ID is the ID that is returned every time you call set interval function. So when you call set interval function like so, you have to have a variable to store that the return value. The set interval function will return an integer. It could be 0, it could be 1, it could be 2, it could be whatever, it doesn't matter. It will return an integer which will be an ID. And it is that ID that you have to pass to the clear interval method. Okay, it is that ID that you have to pass to the clear interval method, and only then you will be able to stop the any running set interval method. Okay, and once again, if you don't stop an active set interval method, your timer, your countdown will keep going forever, right? Clearly that's, we can't have that, right? We want our button to also be able to pause, right? Look right here. Look at the second condition. What is our else if condition say? In else if condition, if the timer is running, what do we have to do? We have to pause the timer. So here is where we will use our clear interval method. Okay? And to the clear interval method, we have to pass an ID. But wait, we're not capturing any ID so far, right? So let's do that. We have to, as I said, set interval will return an integer. We have to store that interval. We have to store that integer in a variable. So let's declare a variable. Let's call the variable set int ID. Okay, set int id, and now we are calling the set interval method in the exact in the appropriate, in the recommended way, which is that we are calling the set interval method, and we have a variable that is going to catch, or that is going to store the return value, which is going to be an integer, which will be the ID of the set interval method. So now when we want to stop this the set interval method, we want to kill the set interval method, then we call the clear interval method and pass it that variable that holds the ID of the existing or running set interval method. So that variable name is set int ID. Okay? So that takes care of our else if condition. Remember, in the else if condition, what we have to do is very simple. We simply have to stop the countdown. And as I just explained, the way you stop the countdown is you kill the set interval that is running in the background. And the way you kill it is using a clear interval method and pass to it the variable that holds the ID. And that, where is that ID coming from? That ID is coming from the set interval. It returns an integer ID that we are storing in this variable called set int underscore ID. All right. So hope you are with me so far. Okay. Another thing that we have to do before we move on and to coding our update timer function, another thing that we should do before we move on to doing that is we should make sure we understand we flip the value is play. Okay, remember, in this condition we are saying, hey, the button, what is happening in this line of code, right? Once again, to refresh your memory, right? We are saying in these lines of code, we are saying, hey, someone has clicked the button, so hey, let's check what is the value of isPlay. If isPlay is false, meaning the timer is not running, then what do? We start the timer. Okay, well, if you start the timer, you have to flip the value of isPlay. You have to set it to true, right? Otherwise, down the line, if you're using the value of isPlay, and if it's still false, it will be an inaccurate representation of the state of the timer. Okay, hope you got what I'm saying here, right? When you start the timer, we have to programmatically indicate that the timer is running. And we have decided, we have agreed that the way we are going to indicate whether the timer is running or not is using the variable isPlay. So when we start the timer, yeah, we're going to start it using this set interval. We are good on all that because I went through a lengthy explanation. But the other thing we have to do is we have to change the value or set the boolean variable isPlay to true, because now since we are starting the timer, we have to set it to true, so that later in the program, if we need to check the correct value display, if we need to check the current state of the timer, we'll check the value display. And since if the timer, if whatever the value display is, that will indicate whether the timer is running or not. And since we are starting the timer using set interval, we have to let the program know that, hey, display is true, meaning we are starting the timer. Similarly, by the same logic, in the else if code block, what are we trying to do? We are simply trying to stop the countdown, right? And I just gave an explanation of how we stop it. We use the JavaScript clear interval method, right? But the bottom line is, in this else if code block, we are stopping the timer. So obviously we have to update the value is play, right? We have to set is play to false, because that is how programmatically we are determining, we are indicating the state of display. In this code block, we are going to stop the timer, so we have to update the value display to false, so that later down the line when we check the value display, we have the latest value. And by the same token, that's what we did up here. Here we are starting the timer using the set interval method, so we have to change the value display to true, so that later down the line, if we need to check what's happening with the value display, we can get the updated latest value, the correct value display, which will be true because the timer is running. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Right. So now I think we can. Oh, by the way, one more thing. Let me do this minor cleanup that we do. As we agreed, let me declare the variable in our global variable section, just to keep in compliance with our guideline that we're not going to. So we're not going to declare variable at different points in the program, right? So I'm just going to go up here, and I'm going to do set int underscore id. And since I know that set int I underscore id is going to hold an integer, I can set it to something like 0. Like I said, it's always good practice to initialize a variable, so there is no ambiguities in terms of what type it is. So I'm initializing it to 0 because I know that set int id is meant to hold an integer. Okay. All right. So now we can start going towards, and we can start coding our uh, update timer function. To our update timer function in our JavaScript file, and let's talk a little bit about what is it that we need, that we are trying to accomplish using this function update timer. Like I said a few moments ago, we plan to call update timer every second using this set interval method, right? So basically what we would like update timer to do is decrement the seconds count, right? And when needed, decrement the minutes count, right? And also, every time you decrement the seconds count or the minutes count, right, you display the updated value on the timer, right? Let me give you an example. Just like any Google timer. So if I just go to any timer, let me just go to a Google timer here, and let me just show you. And obviously, I know you know this, but let me just quickly show you what I mean, right? What happens in a timer? So I just started the timer, okay? And now you see what's happening here, right? What's happening here, the seconds count keeps going down by 1, right, every second, and the latest updated value of that whole counter is displayed on the timer, right? So that's exactly what we would like our update timer function to do. So let me write down that a quick comment here. So purpose of this update timer function is to decrement the seconds count and or the minutes count, and display the updated time. Okay, that is in a nutshell what we would like to accomplish using the update timer function. All right, you decrement the seconds count, you keep, and each time you decrement the seconds count, you display the updated value. And once you have decremented the seconds count 60 times, you also decrement the minutes count. And of course, you display the updated value, right? That is in a nutshell what a countdown timer does. All right. So let's that's no now that we agree, now that we're on the same page about the purpose of the update timer, let's just write that code. Like I said, right? Let's just convert this English language into code. Like I said here, I want to use update timer to decrement the seconds count, right? So let's do that. So I'm just going to write some simple code and decrement our seconds count. As you know, our seconds count is stored in the variable dispval sec. I'm going to decrement that. And what else do we need update timer to do? Well, we needed to also display the updated time, right? The updated time. We wanted to display the updated time in our countdown timer element, which is right here, right? This guy right here. Okay. So let me display the updated time. I'm going to just refresh the page. The ID of this element, as you know, is time left. That's where we are displaying a timer. So I'm just going to grab that element by its ID, and I'm going to display the updated time by applying the text method and passing it the string. Remember, every time we want to display something here, we have to form the string, which comprises of the minutes information, the colon, and the seconds information. So let's construct that string within the parentheses of the text method. So the minutes information is what is stored in our variable disp val min, plus I will plus means I will concatenate it with the colon, and I will concatenate it with this val sec, the second information. All right. So we've written some very simple code. All we're doing here is that, hey, we're saying decrease the seconds count by one and display the updated time. That's what we're doing. That's exactly what we said is the purpose. So let's see if it works. So I'm going to go here, refresh the page, and I'm going to I'm not going to adjust the session length. I'm going to keep it 25. I'm going to just start the timer. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, well, something is happening. Something definitely is happening, right? Our seconds count is going down. But this is, we never see negative numbers, right? So clearly there is something wrong here, right? We can see once again that our seconds count is going down, right? But we don't need negative numbers, right? No timer in the world has negative numbers. So why is it doing that? Well, it's doing that because that's exactly what we have programmed it to do, right? We have said, hey, this every time you're called, hey, every time update timer is called by the set interval method, what should happen? Well, you should decrement the current value of the seconds counter, the current value that is stored in the variable disp val sec, decremented by one each time the function update timer is called, and then display the value. That's what it is doing. But why is it going counting negative numbers? Well, that's because, remember, let me stop the clock. Let me reset it. What did we start at? We started at 25 colon 00. So what's the seconds count when we started? It's 0. So when you decrement 0 by 1, what do you get? You get minus 1. Then you decrement minus 1 by 1, what do you get? You get minus 2. Then you decrement minus 2 by 1, what do you get? Minus 3. And on and on and on. So that is why we are seeing negative numbers like so, right? Which obviously is wrong. But now we know the reason as to why we're seeing negative numbers, because we are starting, when we start the session, like whenever you start the clock, no matter what session length you set, you're always going to have seconds as 0. Okay. So here's an important revelation or discovery, right? Whenever the seconds count is 0 in any countdown timer and you start the countdown, what should you see here? What should you see here? Should you see in minus 1, then minus 2? Absolutely not. You should see 59, right? Let me state that again. Whenever you start the timer and a countdown timer from any number, the very next, and if the seconds count is 00, the very next instant you should see 59. Then the next instant you should see 58, and then 57, and 56, 55, and on and on and on, right? So in other words, we have to consider the condition where we see this range of this type of number for minutes and this type of number for seconds. So let me generalize that, right? When the seconds count is 0, right, and the minutes count is some non-zero number, that's one condition. That's one type of condition that we have to code for. That is one type of condition or scenario we have to account for. Because in this scenario, we cannot simply do -1, because if we did -1, we're going to again be back to seeing -1, -2, -3, -4, right? Instead, we have to code such that whenever the seconds count is 00 or seconds count is 0, the next instant after decrementing is done, we should see 59, and then 58, and then 57, and on and on. So that's what we need to program here after we have captured the condition. So let's first capture that condition, which is about the type of number you will see for the minutes and seconds. So let me delete this code. I'm going to write it differently, obviously. So the first condition is what is that condition, right? If the minutes count is some number which is greater than or equal to 1, and the seconds count is equal to 0. This is the first condition. This is the first condition. When I mean first condition, I mean the first scenario in terms of the type of number combination you should expect to see in any countdown timer in the world, right? Whenever you start a timer, you should see some non-zero number here, okay? And you should see 0 here, right? And that's exactly what we have captured in this if condition, is that scenario, okay? And as I said, what should happen in this scenario? Well, in this scenario, after you decrement the seconds count, what should you see in the seconds count? Should you see -1? No, you should see seconds count as 59. So we will have to set our seconds counter to 59. Okay. Also, when a seconds counter is 00 and you decrement the seconds count by 1, yes, you will see 59 here. But what about the minutes? Should you keep seeing the same minute that you started the countdown with? No. Even the minutes count should be decremented by 1. Right? In other words, whenever the seconds count reaches 0, right, the very next instant should show 59 for the seconds, and the minutes count should show 1 less than the current value. So that's what we write here as well. Okay, we decrement our minutes count, which is stored in our variable disval min. We simply decrement it by 1. All right, and then what do? We obviously have to display the updated value. So I'm going to grab the element where we display our timer, and I'm going to apply the text method on it, and I'm going to construct the string, which is this, using our minutes count concatenated with the colon and concatenated with our seconds variable. Okay, and now let's see what it does. Okay, now I think, based on the logic that we just coded, based on the code we just wrote, which is based on our logic of what needs to happen when the seconds count is 0 and the minutes count is some non-zero number, we should simply see the appropriate behavior. So let me just reset it, and I'm going to keep the session length at 25. I'm going to just start the counter. Let's see what happens. Okay, here's me clicking the start button. All right, so we got what we wanted, right? We started the timer at 25 minutes, and the very next instant, the seconds went down to 59 and the minutes went down to 24. Okay, so that's great. But wait a minute, right? As you can see, the timer just stopped. Why? It shouldn't stop. It should basically keep going, right? At this point, you should have continued to go to decrement the seconds counter from 59 to 58 to 57 and on and on and on, right? But it didn't do that. So even though the first instant was handled correctly, right, the very first second where the seconds count got decremented to 59 accurately and the minutes count got reduced by 1, that was fine. But after that, the timer just stopped. Well, why did it stop? Well, here's why, right? Hopefully the reason is obvious to you, because we have not written any code for any other scenario. Look here, the code we just wrote here is for the scenario of minutes count being greater than 1, which is the case here. 24 is greater than 1, and seconds count being equal to 0, which is not the case here, right? As a result, when update timer is called the second time, right, it simply skips the if this code, because this if condition evaluates to false, right? Seconds count is no longer 0. So in the very first instant update timer is called, right? I'm talking about this instant when it's 25, right? In this instant, this if condition is satisfied. So execution enters this code. It changes the seconds count to 59. It changes the minutes count by 1, and it displays the updated time. But the very next instant when update timer is called by set interval method, it comes here, it tries to check for this condition and says, hey, minutes count is greater than 1, but seconds count is not 0. So it just skips this code and does nothing because we have no other code. In other words, we also have to capture this scenario, right? I'm talking about this scenario where the seconds count is some non-zero number. Okay, we have to capture the scenario, because only then we'll be able to and write code for it so that we can implement the appropriate behavior of seconds count being continues to get decremented by 1 each second. So let's capture the scenario. So I'm going to do is write an else if statement. So this is the next scenario, and what should be the value of a minute? Let me put that aside for a second here. Pardon the pun, I'm going to fill that out later. We know that in the second scenario, this val sec should be non-zero. So this is easy to populate. But what should be the value of minute? Should minutes be greater than or equal to 1 or something else? Well, let's think about that. Remember, only when you start the session will the minutes be something minutes value will be greater than or equal to 1. So what I mean is I'm referring to the requirement where the session length can have the least possible value of 1. So if you decrement the session length, you cannot go to 0. You can only go to 1. So in the least possible value you can always have here when you start the timer is 1. That is why in the first condition we can put our minutes value to be greater than or equal to 1, because when you start a timer, the minutes value will only be 1 or more. But what about when the timer is running? When the timer is running, right? Like we started at, let's say, whatever number, right? We started at, let's say, I don't know, 3 minutes or 3 minutes, right? After it goes down all the way to 1, will it stop? No, it will continue to the counting the zeroth, the first minute and at that time the minutes count will show 0. So the point I'm trying to make here is that for the second scenario, the value of disval min we should use should be greater than or equal to 0, because once the timer is running and if the timer does its job properly, then at some point you will be counting down the last minute, the very last minute, okay, which at that point in time the minutes counter will show 00. And that is why for our second scenario, right, we have used the disp val min should be greater than or equal to 0 and disp val sec should be not equal to 0. And in this condition, and let me put the braces here, and now we write the code as to what do we need to happen under this scenario. Well, under this scenario, we simply reduce or decrement the seconds count by 1 and we display the updated time. That's all we do, right? Right? When the seconds count reaches 50, like here, let me start the timer, right? 259, right? When right now, as expected, the timer is going from 3 colon 00 to 2 colon 59. But after that, it's not working. As I said, we have not written the code. But but what do we need to happen here? What we need to happen here is basically the seconds count keeps getting decremented, right, all the way to 00, right? At which point it will do what we, it will be handled by the first if statement, right? So basically, for this scenario, what I'm trying to say for this scenario, all we need to code for is reducing the seconds count by 1 and displaying the updated value of time. That's all. So we do that. So we decrement the seconds count. As you know, our seconds count is stored in our variable dispval sec. We decrement it by 1 and we store the updated value. And where I'm not store, I mean display the updated value in our element whose ID is time left. So I'm going to do the same. I'm going to apply the text method. I'm going to construct the string dispval min concatenated with the colon and concatenated with the, I think I made didn't put a quote here, and concatenated with our seconds counter with a variable that contains the seconds information. Okay, now let's see if it works. My expectation is that it should work because we have coded for the second scenario. So I'm going to keep it at 25. I'm going to start the timer. Okay, let's see if it works. All right, and look, our timer is working now, counting down successfully. Not only the first instant, right, the very first instant when the timer was 25 colon 00, right, for which we coded this first if statement, right, but now after that first instant, it is successfully counting down the timer all the way, counting down the timer all the way when it doesn't stop, right, like it did. It just continues the countdown. All right, now let me so this is great. So hopefully you see that we have made progress, that our logic was sound. Now let me try another quick experiment to show you the third type of number. So I'm going to go with the least possible session length. I'm going to program the session length to 1 and let's see what happens here. Okay, I'm going to program to 1 and let's see what happens here. All right, so at this point, right, what you're seeing is we started the timer with the session length of 1 minute, and it it is doing its job because we have those two if conditions, right, and it is basically counting down, right? But what should happen when the timer reaches 00, right? When the timer reaches 00, right, what does that mean? It means that the session length has been counted down completely, right? And what should happen after that? Well, it should not stop. It should basically pick up the break length and start counting down the break length. That is what is expected of this timer based on the requirement, right? You start the timer with the session length, and you come into this page, you set some break length, you set some session length, you start the timer. When the timer counts down the session length, it should flip over and start counting down the break length, right? Let's see if it does it. It comes down here. All right, look what happened here, right? Our countdown reached 00. It reached 00, meaning it successfully counted down the session length. We had set a session length of 1 and it counted it down all the way to 00. But look, it stopped, right? It did nothing, right? That means that should tell you that we also have to account for this type of numbers in the timer. That is our third scenario in terms of the third possible types of number ranges for the minutes and for the seconds. And to be more specific, we need to write code for the third scenario where both the minutes count and the seconds count are 0, right? That is not being handled in the code we've written so far. And that is precisely why the timer is stopping. It's not going any forward. It's not picking up the break length and starting to count down the break length as it is supposed to do, because we have not coded for this specific condition where both the minutes count and the seconds count is 0. So let's account for that. So all I have to do is add another else if, and here this is, as we discussed, we are counting for the scenario where both the minutes count is 0 and the seconds count is 0. Okay, so we put a condition, right? Now what should happen here when the minutes count and seconds count is 0? Well, conceptually what this means is that when the minutes count and seconds count are 0, we have successfully counted down the session. And as I said a few moments ago, what should happen at this point? The timer should simply go pick up the break information and start counting down the break. That's what it should do. In other words, at this point, the first thing you should do is you should start counting down the breaks. Now, what do we need to happen in order to programmatically detect whether the session is on or the break is on? This brings us to a very pivotal question that we have to understand, that we have to analyze. Okay, now as we know by now, the timer is counting down two types of lengths, two types of duration. It is counting down the session length and then it is counting down the break length. So the timer is counting down two types of duration. So programmatically, we need a way to indicate, to detect which which length is being counted down, right? In other words, whenever the timer is running, we need a way, programmatic way to determine, to indicate, to detect whether the timer is counting down the session length or the break length. That is a fundamental question we have to answer. We have to find a way to implement that. Otherwise, we would never know, right? How do we know programmatically whether the timer is counting down the session length or break length, right? As of now, based on the code we've written, we have no way of knowing, right? But we have to know for sure that at any given instant when the timer is running, hey, is it counting down the session? Or hey, is it counting down the break? Well, how do we implement that? Well, we can do it using another Boolean variable, right? We can use another Boolean variable. Let's call that variable is break. Okay? Is break is a variable that we'll define. It's a Boolean variable. And the way we will use this variable is break is we'll say, hey, if is break is false, that means there is no break. That means the session is being counted down. And if is break is true, that means the break is on and the break is duration is being counted down. All right. So that is how we will use, this is the approach we will use to detect whether the session is being counted down or the break is being counted down. Now remind you, this is very similar to what we did with isPlay. Remember, we used the isPlay variable to successfully detect the state of the timer when the start underscore stop button is clicked, right? If you remember here, when we click this button, right, when we click the start underscore stop button, we are using isPlay to detect, hey, is the timer running or is the timer paused? So that is the exact same approach we are using here. We are using a new, obviously we have to use a new variable. So we're using a new variable, is break. It's a Boolean variable. And once again, the way we are defining the logic of is break, we are saying, hey, if is break is false, that means the session is being counted down. And if is break is true, it means the break is on and the break is being counted on. So what does this mean for the update timer function we wrote? What changes do we need to make here in order to incorporate this logic of is break? Well, hopefully you will be able to hopefully you're able to get a sense of that. This code, right, this whole code we wrote, right, this if condition, then this if condition, and then the final if condition for which we will have to write, right? For this code, as you know, is what is it counting down? It's counting down the session. So we have to encapsulate this whole code that we wrote inside an if statement that is checking to make sure that we are actually in counting down the session. How do we make sure of that? Well, we use our variable isBreak and we check whether isBreak is false. Because remember, if is break is false, that means it is the session that needs to be counted down. So that is why we place this entire block of code that we wrote. We will place this inside this master or parent if statement. Okay. So I'm going to simply put a closing brace here and I'm going to indent this so you know that this whole code block that we wrote belongs to this if statement. And what is this if statement checking? This is if statement is checking to see whether we are, whether the session, whether it's break time or not. If is break is false, that means this no, it is not break time. That means the session is currently on. In other words, the session needs to be counted down. And so the execution will move here and execute all these lines of code. All right. By the flip side, what should happen when the session ends? Right? Or what should happen when the brake is on? We know that when the brake is on, value of is brake should be true. So that's what we will put here as the other side of the if condition, or rather the else if condition, that will check when brake is on, right? And how does it check? How will it check? It will check by checking the value of our variable is brake. And once again, if is brake equals true, that means the break needs to be counted down. So in here, we will write code for count down the break length. Okay. Okay. So right here, what are we doing? We are counting down the session length, right? And here we are counting down we counting down the break length. Now, obviously, we will need to write code here. We will get to it in a few minutes. But this is the major, sort of, as I said, a pivotal question that we have to answer for ourselves when we are updating the timer, when we're doing the countdown. We have to understand, we have to realize programmatically, hey, is the session being counted down or is the break being counted down? And we have done that using our is break boolean variable. So when we come into update timer, every time update timer is called, right, by the set interval method here, each time update timer is called, the first thing it'll do is it'll check, hey, is break equals false? Okay, it's false. All right, in that case, I have to count down the session. So it will execute all these lines of code. And it'll keep doing that each time until the session countdown reaches 0. So this brings us to our third scenario, right? The scenario that we started with, which is the session countdown has completed and this numbers and the minutes and seconds value are 0 and 0. So what should happen here? When the minutes and seconds counter, to refresh your memory once again, when the minutes and seconds counts have reached 0 and 0, clearly we need to start counting down the break, meaning we have to grab the break length information and start counting it down, right? That's what we need to do when the session length has been counted down completely and we have 0 and 0 minutes and 0 seconds here, right? So in this scenario, right, in this third scenario, when the minutes disp val sec equals 0 and disp val sec, disp val min, let me change this to, made a mistake here, disp val min is 0 and disp val sec is 0. What are we supposed to do? Well, the first thing we have to do is we have to indicate that, hey, break time is on. How do we do that? We set is break to true. Okay, we set is break to true. What else do we need to do? Once we set is break to true, we have to start counting down the break length, which could be in most cases different from the session length, right? Even if it's not different, we have to basically grab this value, and this value is stored in this in the variable called break CTR. So when the break countdown starts, the break length should be whatever is displayed here. And we know whatever is displayed here, right, is the minutes count. So we set our minutes count to what? We set our minutes count to the variable that holds the break length. What variable is that? As you may recall, it's break CTR, right? So that's the second thing we do, is we set our minutes counter to the appropriate length, which is the break length. And break length is stored in the variable break CTR. What about the seconds count? What should be the seconds count be when you are going to start counting down the break length? Well, whenever you start counting down any length, whether it's session or break, the seconds count is always zero, right? So that is an easy one. So we set the sessions count to zero, right? Because again, when you start counting down a session, the session count is zero. Okay, so we've done that. Now, what else do we need to do? Now, remember, the other thing we have to do is I'm going to refresh your memory about the requirement. Whenever you start counting down the break, you should no longer show session here. This text this text should change to show break. So that's the other change we need to make. The moment we start the break, we have to change this text, which currently shows session. We need to change it to break. Okay, so what's the id of this element? The id of this element is timer dash label. So we grab that element by its id. Okay, and we apply the text method, and we pass it the string break. Again, this is part of the requirements. If you don't recall, hopefully the fact that I'm refreshing your memory is helping. Otherwise, you can go back to that section of the video and refresh and re-review the requirements. This is the other thing we have to do every time we start counting down the break, excuse me, is that we have to change the string to break. So we've done that here. All right, what else do we need to do? Well, clearly we have to display the updated value, so we'll take care of that now. But before that, another major requirement that we have to do when the session countdown reaches 0:0, or when the session countdown is completed, is play the beep sound. Play the sound. Remember? That's why we included this audio tag here, right? Remember this audio tag right here? Audio, this HTML file audio tag. That's why we included it, because we need to play that audio file, or that audio, that the beep sound, whatever that sound is, whenever the session countdown reaches 0. So let's do that. How do we do that? I'm going to give a very simple couple of lines of JavaScript code to play that beep. Whenever you have an HTML5 audio tag, you just need these two JavaScript statements to play an audio file, right? So you just do document get element by ID. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm going to grab the element, the HTML5 audio tag by its ID. As you know, the ID of that audio tag is beep. I'm going to grab it, and I'm going to apply the JavaScript play method. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. But I also need to do one more thing. I also need to uh, change the value of muted. Remember, in the HTML5 document, we put an attribute called muted. We did that because we did not want this audio file to be played every time we load the page. That is why I put an additional attribute of muted. Well, we need to make muted false, otherwise the audio file will not play. So how do we do that? We do the same thing. We do document get element by ID. We put in the ID, and we make muted as false. And this should play the audio beep. All right, and finally we have to display the updated value in the timer. So how do we do that? That's standard. That's something we've been doing all along. So I'm not, you know what, I'm not going to type it to save time. I'm just going to grab this value. I'm just going to grab this value, copy paste it, because that's exactly the same. So I'm just going to come here, I'm going to paste it here, and that should do it. So now let's see if our audio tag plays. All right, let's see if not just the audio tag, but if if we if we make the certain changes, if the changes that we made by writing all this code under this condition, right, if these changes are taking hold. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to refresh the page. Now I'm going to choose the smallest possible number. Obviously, we have a time limitation. I don't want you guys to watch the timer for lengthy periods of time. So I'm going to choose 1 minute, and I'm going to choose here, let's say 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to choose 1 minute session length, and I'm going to choose a break length of 2 minutes. I'm going to start the timer. All right. Now, what should happen? clearly our timer is working. We already know that. But before I tell you about what changes to watch out for when the timer reaches 00:00, notice one thing here. Our minutes display went from 2 digits to 1 digit. That should not be. Remember, our requirement specifically asks us that at all points in time, the minutes display should be two digit followed by a colon, and the seconds display should also be 2 digit, right? That is not happening here. And you will notice the same thing. When the seconds count goes down to below 10, even the seconds information display will turn to 1 digit. That should not be the case. We need to fix that. We will fix that in a few minutes, okay? But for now, here are the things you should watch out for. When the timer reaches 0:0, this word should change to break. There should be an audio beep, and in here you should see 2:00. Let's see if that happens. All right. Hope you are seeing that. The three things that I said should happen did take place. This string went changed from session to break. You heard the audio beep that was played, and this display now is showing the break length accurately. Obviously, as I said a few moments ago, this should be a 2 digit minute and a 2 digit second. So we will fix that in a few minutes. We basically have to add a leading zero to here. It's a simple fix. We will do that. But for now, you should feel good about the fact that the code we wrote here under this highlighted code, this we just wrote, this is successfully triggering the break length countdown. But once again, the countdown stops, right? It successfully transitions when the session length reaches 00:00, or when the session length reaches is completely counted down and reaches 0, in this case 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The very next instant, we are seeing the changes that we need to see. The session changes to this text changes to break. We hear the audio beep, right? And this display shows the break length. Okay, so we are making progress. Now, why is the timer stopping? Why did it not continue counting down? Well, that's because once you change is break to true, right? The very next time update timer is called, it evaluates is break. Is break is set to true, so this condition is not evaluated, does not return a positive, right? This condition is evaluated false, so this whole line of code is skipped. That is why the timer is not counting down. Okay, so what does that mean? Obviously, we need to write code here, right? Remember, here when the session countdown reaches 00, when the session countdown is completely done and reaches 0 minutes and 0 seconds, what do? We start the break timer. We set is break to true, and we do these other changes, right? So once is break is set to true, execution of the code will move here, right? And here we have nothing. So clearly we have to write code here in order for the timer to not only successfully switch to the break information, but also continue with the countdown, right? In order for the timer to continue counting down the break length, we have to write code here. So let's do that now. Okay. Now, hopefully this will be slightly easier because we worked our way through all the sort of the key questions when we were coding for the session countdown, right? When we were coding our basically counting down the session part, I'm talking about this whole part, right? We worked through all the key questions. Well, what are the key questions we worked through? Well, we discovered that, hey, when you're counting down a timer, you have to account for the three scenarios. What are those three scenarios? One scenario is when you start the timer, when the minutes is any value one or more, and the seconds is zero. That's one scenario. Okay. The second scenario is when the minutes value is any number zero or more, and the seconds value is not equal to zero. That's the second scenario, and we coded for that. Successfully coded for that, I might add. And the third scenario is when the countdown is completed and both the minutes value and the seconds value are zero, and we successfully coded for that, right? So those are the three key questions we answered. Those are the three key scenarios we discovered and we coded for, right? Well, guess what? When you count down the break, those three scenarios are still valid, because at the end of the day, counting down the break is still a countdown. You're still going to see these three scenarios. You're going to see a scenario where the minutes is minutes value is one or more, and the seconds value is zero, like so. Like when the moment you switch to the break, that's the scenario you see. The minutes value is any number one or more, right? And the seconds value is zero, right? Then when the countdown starts, and the very next instant, you're going to see the next set of combination of minutes value and seconds value, where the minutes value will be some number zero or more, and the seconds value will be not equal to zero. And finally, when the break countdown is completely done, you will again see the minutes and the seconds value to be zero. So once again, right, I am taking my time to explain this to you just to make sure you get the point that even when you're counting down the break, these three scenarios are still valid. In other words, we can simply copy and reuse the code. All right, so I'm going to copy this code and reuse it. So hopefully you are feeling a bit lighter about this, that we are not having to retype, that we don't need to retype the whole code once again. Okay. So I'm going to basically now, I copied the code, put it here. I'm going to just make it indented a bit better so that it it shows appropriately. All right, so here we are. Okay, so all I did was I copied the code and brought it over into the else if statement. What is the else if statement doing? Once again, it is counting down the break length. Okay, now, yeah, we copied the code, great, but should we check whether there are some changes we need to make, whether there are some aspect that we probably need to tweak, right? Or should we assume that, well, it's going to work exactly as it is, right? Well, let's check. Okay, it will work. Okay, just to show that to you, I will show that to you, demo that to you in a minute. It will work, but as developers, we should immediately pick up on the fact that when we, after reusing this code, after copying this whole section of code and bringing it down here as I just did, right, these two scenarios will work as is. The first scenario of number combination where the minutes is some number one or more and the seconds is equal to zero. We don't need to change anything here because, hey, when you're counting down the break, and if minutes is some number one or more and the seconds is zero, what you should see the next instant? At the next instant, you should see seconds count to be 59 and minutes count to be decremented by one. So this scenario, we don't need to change. All right. What about the next scenario where the minutes count is some number zero or more and the seconds count is some non-zero number? This is the scenario when seconds count reaches 59. What do we need to happen here? We simply need to decrement the seconds value and display the updated time. That's all we're doing here. So we don't need to change anything here. Okay, great. What about this scenario? What about this scenario when the break length has counted down and the countdown timer is showing 0 minutes and 0 seconds? Do we need to tweak anything here? Well, let's think about it. When the break countdown reaches zero and the timer is showing 0 minutes and 0 seconds, what is supposed to happen? Well, what is supposed to happen is the session length should started to be counted down. Meaning, in this scenario, when the break length has been fully counted down and the timer is showing 0 minutes and 0 seconds, the timer should flip over to starting to count down the session. Just like we did here, when the session countdown reached zero, when the session countdown was completely completed and the display was showing 0 minutes and 0 seconds, what did we do? We set things up so that the timer would start counting down the break. Well, we need to reverse that here, right? Because here the break is fully, in this scenario, the break is fully counted down, right? The break length is fully counted down. So we need to set things up to for the timer to start counting down the sessions, which means we have to change is break to false, right? Because here we are indicating that, hey, break is done. Please count down the sessions. That's why we have to set is break to false. What else do we have to do? What about this val min? Should it still store the break length? No. At this point, the countdown timer should start counting down the session. So this val min should store the value of the session length, which is stored in our variable session CTR. So that's what we will set our minutes variable to. We will set this val min to session CTR because, again, at this point, when the code reaches here, the next thing the timer has to do is start counting down the session. So that's why we have to change the value of this val min to set it to the session length, which is stored in the variable session CTR. What about the seconds count? Well, like I said before, whenever you start counting down any length, whether it's a break length or session length, the seconds count is always zero. So we don't need to change that. Okay. What about this guy here? Should it still print break? Absolutely not. We should not print break because at this point, again, you are counting down the session. So this guy, this text should change to session. So that means here we simply need to remove the word break and put session. All right. What about playing of the beep? Yeah, we need the beep to be played. Remember, the requirement states that whenever the timer reaches zero, meaning 0 minutes and 0 seconds, you've got to play the beep. So whether you've counting down the session or the break, doesn't matter. Whenever any countdown reaches zero, you have to play the beep. So like here, when we finish counting down the session, we played the beep. Same thing we have to do here because here we are finished with counting down the break. So we gotta play the beep. So we don't need to make any changes to this because we just tested it a few moments ago. This is working. All right. And finally, we are going to display the updated time. All right. So we basically reused the code and we worked through the logic of the reused code and we made changes at the appropriate places to make sure we are not going to miss, we are that our countdown timer will work appropriately. So let me now basically start this. Okay, let me basically now set it to the lowest possible length. I'm going to set it to 1 and I'm going to set this to, let's say I'm going to set it to 2. All right, and I'm going to start the timer. All right, what I would like you to look out for is based on this all this additional code that we wrote. Right, we basically not wrote but reused rather. We have successfully coded counting down of the break length. Okay, so that's what we should look out for. We already know that our session length counts down successfully. We already tested that from the previous time we ran the timer. Right now, what I would like you to look out for is three things. Okay, actually four things. First is when the timer reaches 00, this thing should go to break. This text should change to break. There should be an audio beep. Okay, this number should show 2:00. Okay, essentially this number should show the break length 2:00, and it should continue to count down the break. It should continue to count down the break. Okay, so keep an eye out. We're approaching the end of the timer. Those are the four things that should happen. Okay, let's go. All right, and look, those four things did happen. This text changed to break. This guy went to 2:00 momentarily and continued with the countdown, right? And you heard the audio beep. So guys, we are doing great. Hopefully you see that. Hopefully you feel good about that. We have now successfully coded our timer where we count down the session length. Okay, and when the session length is done, the timer flips over to count down the break length, right? And when the break length is done, it should successfully flip over to count down the session. So we let the timer run in the background, and I want to basically talk about the other thing that I want to do the next. Okay, like I said to you before, our minutes duration and our seconds duration, whenever the minutes and the seconds duration becomes 1 digit, we are showing 1 digit, which is not expected, which is not what we're supposed to do, right? The requirements expects us that whenever we have whenever every at all points in time, there should be a 2 digit minute and there should be a 2 digit second, right? So that is something that we want to fix, and the way we want to fix that is, before I fix that, I want to make sure that you we do some cleanup, and while the timer is running, I'll just point you to the place where we want to do cleanup. You see all the repetition of code every time in each of the if statements we're using this line of code, okay, to basically display the updated time. That is a hint as to where we will start the cleanup. Okay, now let's come back to our timer. All I want to show now is the break. When the break ends, the timer will successfully start counting down the session. So you should see this word change to session. You should hear the audio beep. You should see this change to 1:00, and the timer immediately keep counting down. Those are the four changes you should look out for. All right, there you go. All right. Look what happened. All four changes happened. The moment break countdown was done, right? When we reached 00 for the break countdown, this word changed to session from break. We heard the audio beep. This also changed to 1:00, and the countdown kept going. So guys, you can feel rest assured that our countdown is in a very good place. It's successfully counting down the session and then the break. and then the break is completed, it flips over to counting down the session, and on and on and on and on. So this is a very important juncture of our coding so far. All right, now let's turn our attention to what I was said is that we got to get rid of this single digit. We got to make two-digit display no matter what the value of minutes and seconds is. Even if the value of minutes is one digit, we got to show a leading zero. And same is and we need to do the same for the seconds. When the seconds count is one digit, we got to show a leading zero. Okay. But before that, as I was saying, right, look at all this code that we're using, which we keep on reusing, right? Every time we update the display, we use this line of code, right? Here, then we do it here, okay, then we do it here again, and we do it three more times. Now, as you know, there's an important coding principle called DRY, don't repeat yourself. So this is clearly an area we should not repeat. We should, and one way to avoid repetition is to put it in a function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of all this. I'm going to put all this away in a function. So let me first get rid of all this code here. Okay, I'm going to make sure I do it without deleting other stuff. Okay, so this is the second instant. Okay, and I know there's a quicker way to doing it, but I'm just not going to play with the menu controls here. I'm just going to do it manually, because only there are 6 instances. All right, this is the 5th instance and the final instance. All right, so I am getting rid of this repetitive code because I want to put it in a function. So let's call that function. I'm going to call that function update display. All right, and I'm going to declare it using our ES6 notation. So I'm going to call that function update display. Okay, and again, I'm declaring this function using ES6 notation. Feel free to review it in Google stuff if you've forgotten it. But this is just cleaner and more efficient. So what is it that we need update display to do? Well, we want what is the purpose? Let's talk about that, right? We want update display to basically update the time in the update to show the updated time in the timer, right? That's what we want this function that we're writing to do. Basically, again, we want to get rid of all those repetitious code. Okay, so that's why we have created this function called update display. Now, going back to the topic, as I said, right, we should never have single digit minute or single digit second, right? So we have to put some code here that detects whenever a minutes count is single digit, it should add a leading zero. And whenever the seconds count is single digit, it should add a leading zero. So let's put that code by using a simple if condition. Okay, so whenever the minutes count, again, our minutes count is stored in a variable dispvalmin. Whenever a minutes count is single digit, meaning whenever the value of dispvalmin is less than 10, right? Because obviously whenever the value of any number goes less than 10, it becomes single digit, right? That's a condition we check. And what do? We set our minutes to, we put a leading zero. So I'm going to put a leading zero as a string, and I'm going to concatenate to it the value, whatever single digit value is there in dispvalmin. Okay, all right, that's what we do, right? Now we need to do the change for the second count, right? Whenever the value of seconds count is less than 10, meaning whenever the seconds count becomes single digit, what do we want to do? We want the seconds count to also have a leading zero. And how do we create that leading zero? We just append or prepend the zero as a string and concatenate it with the existing value of this val sec. Okay, that's what we do. Now I'm going to run this code. I'm going to test this code because I like to demo every time I write code to show that it's working. I believe that makes the video more effective, and hopefully you're seeing that. Hopefully you find value in that. But I'm going to demo this code in a minute. But before that, as developers, we should notice something that we are doing. We are doing that is really problematic here. Look what we're doing here. We are saying that, hey, if disp val min is less than 10, convert disp val, stored into disp val min 0 and this. Well, what does that make? What happens to disp val min? Disp val min then stores a string. But hey, disp val min we have declared is a number.
And we have been successfully using disp val min as a number all throughout, right? So clearly this is problematic, right? We cannot change the type of a variable in midway. That is a huge problem, actually. Let me not understate that. Okay, that's a hugely problematic, right? So we cannot do that. We simply should not convert the type of disp val min to a string at this point. And this statement does exactly that. It is basically saying, hey, store into disp val min this string. How do we know this is a string? Because here you're doing a concatenation operation. A concatenation operation always results in a string. All right. And it can only be done in a, always results in a string. So we have successfully converted the type, which is which is very bad, which we should never do. And that's the same thing we're doing here. Again, this val sec we have declared as a number variable. Look here, this val sec is a number variable, and we have successfully used this val sec all throughout our program as a number variable. But look what we're doing here again. We are converting this val sec into a string, which is again, I don't mind if I'm repeating it, is problematic. We cannot do that. So we have to find a slightly different way to implement to achieve what we want to achieve, which is every time the minutes count or the seconds count becomes single digit, we've got to attach a leading zero. We need to find a different way to accomplish that. Well, there is another way. How about we declare two local variables, one to store the minutes and one to store the seconds? How about we do that? We declare two local variables, which are string variables. Okay, so I'll declare a variable called min. I'll initialize it to an empty string because I know it's going to be a string variable. I'll declare another local variable called sec. I will again initialize it to a string because this variable will also be used as a string, as we'll see in a minute. Okay, so basically I've declared two local variables. One is called min, which will be used to store the minute value, and another variable called sec, which will be used to store the seconds value. And here is where that will help. So here we can say if this val min is less than 10, make store in minutes this string. Now, this is not problematic. This is not problematic because min has been declared as a string variable. So it is perfectly okay to store a string into min. Okay. Now, how we do the same here. All right. Instead of this val sec, I will say if this val sec is less than 10, meaning if this val sec is holding a single digit value, then store in sec a 0 plus the current value of this val sec. So basically, again, we're doing the same thing. We are setting a string to a string variable, which is not a problem at all, which is totally fine. All right. So this is how we avoid that. We are avoiding that changing of the variable type. Okay. Now there's one more thing we have to do, right? Since we are using minute and second, right? We also have to set the value of. Let me put this in braces so that there is no confusion here. I'm going to put this in braces here. Okay. Actually, let me do it this way. Let me do it properly. And all I'm doing here is putting it in braces here, and the same thing here. I'm going to put this in braces, and I'm going to put this here in braces. Opening and closing braces. That's just good practice to do that. Okay. So the only other thing we need to do here is we also have to indicate the value of min when this val min is a two-digit number. All right, we have to do that, right? Because if the value of if this val min is two-digit number, we are not indicating what should be in min. Because remember, when we actually code this, right? When we actually run this timer, we will be using these two local variables, right, to basically store display the updated value in the timer. So actually, let me do that right now before so that you can understand better what I'm trying to say. Okay, so here is where we will basically update. We have to update or show the updated value of time in this timer variable, right? That's why we are writing this function. We have to show the updated value of time here, right, every time this function is called. That's the whole purpose of creating this function update display. So we gotta basically here grab that element with id that we have done so many times, and here we will need to apply the text method as usual, and here we construct the string that we contains our minutes and second. So our minutes is contained in our variable minute. So we'll put that. We want to attach the concatenation or concatenate it with the colon sign, and add to it or concatenate to it the seconds information. Now our seconds information, as you can see, is stored in the string variable second. So we put second here. All right. Okay. Now the only thing we, as I was saying, we need to do is we are displaying our updated time in terms of minutes and in terms of the variable min and sec. So we need to make sure that the value min and sec have a value at all times, right? So when the value of this val min is less than 10, we give, we are successfully assigning min a value, which is 0 plus this, which is great. But what about the scenario when the value of this val min is a two-digit number? We got to specify what should min hold at that time. So we just say else min equals this val min. Okay, that's it. Same thing here. We are saying if disp val sec is less than 10, then do this, which is great, right? We are attaching a leading zero. But what about the situation when disp val sec is a two-digit number? We have to set the value of sec to. In that situation, we have to also set the value of sec to some number, right? So we just simply add else sec equals, in this situation, sec will simply be whatever the value is of the variable disval sec. Okay, here you go. Now we should see, I am hoping that our function will work. But hey, wait a minute, we got to call this function. So everywhere we deleted that line, we now call the function updated display. So let's do that here, update display. Okay, and I'm going to simply copy this code. I'm going to paste it at other places. So we call it here, we call it here, we call it here, we call it here, and we call it here. All right. So let's see now if we have addressed our problem of that single digit minute and single digit seconds. All right. We already tested that our timer works. It starts the session countdown. When the session countdown is over, it flips over to count down the break. When the break countdown is done, it flips over to counting down the session. We've already tested that, so we don't need to test that. Right now, all we'll test is the single digits, right? We should never have single digits in our countdown. So I'm just going to set, I'm not going to run session and break both. I'm just going to run the session and let's see. Look, we are good. Remember, previously we used to have a single zero here, but now look what's happening here. We have a two-digit number for minutes. And in a few seconds, if you wait, you will see that we will also get a two-digit number for seconds, even when the value of seconds is less than 10, right? So, and guys, I do this test just to show to you that the code is working. If you are confident that the code is working, you feel free to forward that part of the video. But it's important for me to share that just so that everybody sees that every time we write code, we can see the changes that it is making in the working of the program, right? So now in the next 9 seconds, you should see the seconds count go down to not 9 but 09 and then 08, because that's what we wrote as code. And there you go, 0908. That's exactly what we wrote, and it is working properly. And now this, when the session countdown ends, you will see that even the break countdown also work. Break countdown information will also be in two digits, just as you can see now. So we finished our session countdown. The timer successfully flipped over to counting down the break. It did the usual stuff, but look here, it is always a two-digit number. So guys, our countdown timer is working well. So this is a very a major milestone in the coding of this project, guys. For all intents and purposes, we have coded majority of this app, except one important part still remains, which is we have not touched this reset button. All right, so let's code that, right? And again, just to refresh your memory, what is a reset button supposed to do? When you hit the reset button, what should happen is, well, right now nothing is happening. I'm clicking it, nothing is happening, right? But when you click the reset button, what should happen is that the break length should show a 5, session length should show a 25. This number should also show the same as this number, except it should be 25:00. And the requirements also expects us that this should also show a session whenever the reset button is pressed, and the audio clip should be rewound to the beginning. Those are the few things that need to happen when we click the reset button. So let's do that. All right, I'm going to basically come here and I'm going to start defining that behavior. And the way you define the behavior is you grab the button, right? The button ID is reset. Okay, you apply a click function to it. Okay, and you start implementing the code. The first thing we have to do is we have to set the break length to 5 and session length to 25. We know our break length is stored in a variable break CTR, so we set it to 5. Okay, we know our session length is stored in a variable session CTR, we set it to 25. Okay, we also have to, it's not just a matter of setting the variables values, we also have to display them. So we got to grab those respective elements and uh, the value. So the break length is stored in the element whose ID is break length. We grab that and we apply the text method on it and we pass it the variable break CTR. Okay. We also do the same. We grab the element where the session length is displayed. That element has ID session dash length. Okay. And we apply the text method and we pass the session CTR variable because we have updated the session CTR 25. I think I misspelled length here. Let me correct that. Okay, so that's done. We also need to make sure this is 25 colon 00, right? So we use the way we did that was, okay, I don't know why I'm seeing oh, okay, I think I made a mistake here. Okay, so that's, all right, I think I was missing a parentheses here, and I was missing I was missing a parenthesis here. Okay. All right, something is going on here, and this, yeah, that's why I was missing. Okay, so I was missing a parenthesis here. That's why I was showing. I was having that sort of warning sign. It would have resulted in an error, so I just fixed that. Hopefully, you saw what that was. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to, like I said, we have to display 25 colon 00 here. So the way we do that is we're going to use our TMP variable. Remember, we use TMP to do that, right? Successfully to display the variables, because we have to, whenever we want to display something here, it's not just a matter of displaying a number. You have to construct the string, which comprises of the number, the minutes, the colon, and the seconds number, right? So we do that. And again, we'll use our variable TMP, which we have declared at the beginning of the program. So we'll set TMP to um, session CTR, um, and concatenate to colon, okay, and concatenate it to 00 as a string. So, and then we will grab the element where we need to update 25 colon 00. That element has an ID time dash left, okay, and we will apply the text method and pass to it the variable TMP, which contains our string 25 colon 00, right? All right, so we've taken care of the 3 behaviors of the reset button. Let's go to the next one, right? Like I said, we have to also make sure that this element shows session. The text should be session. So that element has an ID of, I believe, timer dash label. I'm going to apply the text method on there, and I'm going to simply pass the text session. All right. What else? We also need to rewind another thing we have to do is we have to remember our timer is running, right? Now we can hit the reset button even when the countdown timer is running. So when the timer is running like so, we can hit the reset button and it should stop the timer. Well, how do we stop the timer? We have to use the clear interval method, right? So we also have to use a clear interval method here. Method, pass it the ID of the set interval, which is stored, as you know, in our variable set int ID. Okay, remember why, and again, just to reiterate why I did that, right? When we stop the timer, like so in this code, right, in our start stop button, when we stop the timer, how do we stop the timer? We basically call the clear interval method. Well, whenever you hit the reset button, you're also supposed to stop the timer, right? That's the purpose. That's one of the key expectations, key requirements of the reset button is to be able to stop the timer. So that is why we are calling the set interval method. And as you know, set interval method requires a variable that contains the ID of any actively running set interval method. And we know that when we call our set interval method, we store that ID in set int ID. And that's exactly what we pass. So that's important. We also need to set our Boolean variables to reset them to a default value. Okay, so we have need to set isPlay to our default value of false. Okay, and we need to set isBreak false, right? Again, this is important because reset needs to reset everything to default value. The default value, as you know, of our variable isPlay is false, and the default value of our variable isBreak is false. So obviously we have to address that, and we have to make sure that we reset them to their default values when the reset button is clicked. So we do that. And the final thing we have to do is we have to basically rewind the audio clip to the beginning. Now the way to do that, I'm just going to write, there's some boilerplate code here. I'm just going to capture, I'm going to write it here, and I'm going to then I'm going to explain it to you. So what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the HTML Audi5 element, Audi5 tag by its ID, okay? And I'm storing the element. I'm storing that element in this variable called clip. So all I did here was I created a variable called clip, and I'm stored in it that element, our HTML5 element. I'm using this. This is simple JavaScript code which grabs the element by its ID. Next, what I'll do is I will basically what I'll do is I need to pause this element. So I will use the variable clip because it points to our HTML file audio tag. I will use that and I will apply to it the pause method. Okay, not on pause. This is a mistake. I need to apply to pause method. You need to do that, and then I will set current. I will use a method called current time and set it to 0. What current time, what this method does, set clip dot current time equals 0. What this does is rewinds the audio clip. Okay, that's what it does. So again, all I did was I wrote 3 lines of code here to rewind the audio clip back towards the beginning position. As you know, that's also part of the requirement that is expected of the reset button. And the way I rewound the audio clip to beginning is I just grabbed the audio clip by its ID, then I applied the pause method on that. You need to do that, and then I set the current time of the audio clip to 0, meaning rewind it to 0. You need to follow these 3 lines of code in this exact sequence in order for it to work. And if hopefully my explanation helped. But if you want to research more on it, please feel free to Google it. So now we are good. Now if I go here, if I reset the button, and if I just start the timer, now all I need to do is test the reset button, right? Because we have tested everything else. We have tested our timer. Our timer works perfectly. It starts counting down the session. Then when the session countdown is done, it flips over to start counting down the break. When the break countdown is done, it flips over to start counting down the session. We have tested all that, right? We've tested all the other things that need to happen when a countdown flips from session to break and break back to session. We have tested all that. So we're not going to, obviously not going to test it again. And all we need to do is test the reset button. So the way we do that is I'm going to play the timer. I change the session length to 21. I'm playing the timer, and I'm going to simply, you know what, let me do this. Let me change the session length to different and also change the break length. Okay, and now let me start the timer. Now when I hit the reset button, all the things we coded should happen. So when I hit the reset button, look what happened. I got 5 here in the break length. I got 25 here in the session length. I got 25:00 in second in the timer display, in the time left ID in this countdown timer, right? And other things are basically, they are behind the scenes, like setting the variables, but they are working. Rest assured, there is, we can test it, but that will take too much time. But clearly this is working, because we know that we are successfully able to change, all this. And we are also able to change the session to the timers here, and the break length and the session length we are successfully able to change. And that should give us enough pause to know that the other things are also working, right? I don't want to do another test because these are in the background and would take a bit more time. So you can download this code and feel free to do the test, and you will see it's working. But more importantly, right, guys, this is a major milestone. We have completed our coding of the app. It is working exactly as per requirements, but don't take my word for it. Let's go ahead and run the automated test. So we're going to run the automated test here. This is the workspace. that FreeCodeCamp provides. This workspace is in the online editor CodePen.io. Maybe some of you are familiar with it. It's an online editor. They have a free version. You can go and upload your code, and they provide a console here. Okay, it's basically like any other code editor, in like an IDE, basically integrated development environment. Very convenient. And but this specific workspace is for basically testing uh, the code that we're going to write. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the code that we wrote here. Okay, I'm going to copy the HTML code. So let me go here first. Let me copy the HTML code. What we have to do here is, as you can guess, we have to bring our code over here, right? So there's an HTML section, so I'm going to cut and paste the HTML code here. Okay, then I'm going to bring my CSS code here. Okay, uh, the CSS code. All right, bring it here. Right, and you'll see the clock appear. Look at this. You see the clock once the moment I applied the CSS and HTML, our clock UI appeared. Now I'm going to bring over our JavaScript code here. Removing the spaces here. I'm going to bring over my JavaScript code here. Okay, and put it in the JavaScript part of the editor. All right, I'm going to save it. All right, now what it does, it basically runs the test. All right, here is the automated test that they provide, and all you have to do is click this button and it will run the test. And there are 29 test cases here. If they pass, and you can watch how the tests run, um, you can see the various actions that are taking place while the test is running. If the test pass, it will show, this button will turn to green, and it should show 29 out of 29. Okay, that would be a successful indication that we are passing all tests. So, and this takes less than 30 seconds, so in the next 10 seconds or so we should get a result. All right, and there you go. All right, guys, so we have successfully completed this project exactly as per requirements, right? So, pat yourself on the back if you have been able to stick with this video. I know this has been a long video, but this is, hopefully you can feel, a sense of accomplishment here, because not only did we code it and we tested at every stage, we finally put our code to test in the automated test of the provider of this project, right? And all tests are passing. Look here, we have 29 out of 29 passing. So this is great. All right, guys. So we are at the final stage. We are pretty much done with the project. We have one more thing to do, which is I want to walk you through my GitHub. But before I do that, guys, I want to just ask you, if you have enjoyed this video, if you have liked this video, if you found my approach helpful, please do, give a like, and more importantly, if you can subscribe. I do plan to put more videos here on, on interesting projects down the line. So it would really help me, if you subscribe to this channel, and also if you gave it a like. And hopefully you again appreciated my approach. My approach is to help you discover the code, right? Not just type the code as if you already know what to code, but that's never how coding happens. Whenever you code, there's a process of discovery, right? You write line of code, and then you try to figure out, well, what do I do next? Okay, and then you test something, and then you go back to coding, right? That's how development happens. That's how coding happens, and that's what I tried really hard to demonstrate. And hopefully it came across. So appreciate a subscribe and a like. All right, the final thing I'm going to do is I've put my GitHub link here. I just want to walk you through my GitHub page here, guys. So this is my GitHub page. Okay, here you can see, the link will bring you directly to this page. The title is countdown under dash timer dash solution dash one. The solution one is because I'm going to be putting another solution, which will use a slightly different method. There'll be a new video. But for now, for this video, for all the code that we developed in this video, this is the GitHub repository that you will find it in. Right now, if you're familiar with GitHub, there should be no explanation needed. You come in here, there are these files here, readme file. Then if you click on here, you will see the HTML file, right? Then you go back there, you click on the styles file, you'll see all the CSS. I've put all the CSS here. Okay, and finally you will also see the JavaScript file. Okay, so all the files are here, and come here, and you can feel free to play with the code, download the code, and do what you want. But I do would urge you to read the README, README has pretty good information here. So this is the README document. As you know, all GitHub repositories have a README.md. I have one too. Please go to the README because it talks about 5 topics, right? App description, implementation note, a note on icons usage, app requirements, and app markup. The important part is the icons usage. I want to spend a minute on this. As you know, I have used font awesome icons. Okay, in my code, I have used font awesome icons, right? If you go back to the code, my index.html file, right, you will see here these are all font awesome icons, these I tags, right? As I said at the beginning of this video, in order to use font awesome icons, you have to go to fontawesome.com and download your starter kit. A starter kit is simply a script tag that they will email to you that you have to then put in the head section of your HTML. I have my own starter kit. Obviously, that's my own for my own personal use. So you need to get a starter kit if you want to use these icons. Okay, otherwise they will not work. That's what I have written here is that if you don't go to fontawesome.com and don't get your own starter kit and include it in the head section, the I tags, the icons, the font awesome icons I have placed here, they will not work, right? So that obviously that's a problem. So make sure you get your font awesome script tag, and hopefully you already have one because font awesome is very popular. Now, alternatively, you can use anything else. You can use some other icons. I'm not requiring you. I'm not mandating you to require to use font awesome. That's just what I use. I'm just telling you what you need to have in there in order for you to be able to use my I tags that I put in my HTML file. But feel free to use any other icons. The internet is full of icons. Feel free to use whatever you like. But if you do that, you need to update the HTML file, right? You need to remove the I tags and put your own icons, right? Again, should be self-explanatory and this should be intuitive to a developer, but that's what you need to do in case you use your own icons. All right. All right, guys. So that brings us to the end of our video, guys. And that's, I know this is a long video, but hopefully you liked it. And thank you for watching. And I hope to see you in my next video.